Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at parts of speech. Parts of speech. This is a basic topic in English language. And if you're going to be sitting for WAEC, JAMB or NACO English language, you are supposed to know the basics. And parts of speech is what we are going to be looking at today. Very, very important. When you make a statement like Obi asked for his food, this is a simple statement that you can identify the various parts. You can say that Obi here represents a noun because a noun is the name of a person, place or thing. Ask is the action, so it is a verb. You understand? So your ability to identify these various parts of this speech or statement or sentence is what we are going to be learning in parts of speech. So the parts of speech, we can have noun, we can have pronoun, we can have verb, you can also have adjective, you can have adverb. So we're going to be looking at these parts of speech so that whenever you see any word, you are going to be able to tell me the part of speech that it is, whether it is a noun or a pronoun or a verb or an adverb or an adjective or any other part of speech. So first of all, let's look at the first one, a noun. What is a noun? What is a noun? A noun is the name of a person, place, thing, animal, state or condition. Now, anytime you see a noun, it can always be a label for a person, a thing, a place, quality or state or condition. Examples of noun: my name, Augustine, is a noun. Ada is a noun. Musa is a noun because both of them are names of persons. Abuja is a name of a place, the city where we are in here, Abuja. So it's the name of a place, so it's also a noun. Gambia is the name of a country, so it's also a noun. Chalk is the name of something that you use in writing, it's also a noun. Peace is the name of a state or condition of mind where you are very calm. Honesty is the state of being truthful, and that is also a noun. So whenever you have a name, a label for something, we call it a noun. So these are all examples of noun. So now whenever I make a speech, you should be able to identify the noun that is there. Now, if the noun is a proper noun is when you have the name of a person or things like month and days, their first letter is always a capital letter. Very, very important. See, this one is small letter, this is small because they are non-proper nouns. But the proper nouns have their first letter as capital letter. Now we look at a pronoun. What is a pronoun? A pronoun is any word that you can use to replace a noun or any word that you can use in place of a noun. Now let's look at this statement. Obi asked for Obi's food. Obi asked for Obi's food. To make this statement very okay and nicer, you can say Obi asked for his food. Instead of Obi's, you now replace this very noun. I told us that the name of a person is always a noun. You replace it with another word, his. This his is a pronoun. So any word that you can use to replace a noun is a pronoun. Other examples of pronouns are his, her, us, them, we. Instead of saying I and you understand? We. All those representations, they are known as pronouns. Now we look at a verb. What is a verb? A verb is an action word. It tells us what the noun or pronoun is doing or what the noun or pronoun does. You can say Ekene teaches. So what do? I teach. So that teach is my action. What am I doing now? I'm talking. That's action, verb. So whenever you see things that expresses action, we call it verb. So we'll say now, Obi drinks a cup of tea. So what is the verb here? Drinks. What is the noun? Obi. Obi drinks a cup of tea. It rains heavily in Abuja. Rains, that's the action. Rain, falling down. Rain is the action. So that these two are verbs. Now, what is an adverb? An adverb is a word that qualifies any word that qualifies a noun, any word that qualifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. So that is an adverb. An adverb is a word that qualifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. Now, when you look at this statement, it rains heavily in Abuja. Heavily is telling us how it rains. So that word that's telling us how the verb performs, that word that qualifies the verb here is rains. But how does it rain? Does it rain slowly or sparsely? It rains heavily. It's telling us how the raining occurs. So that word that tells us how the verb performs or that qualifies the verb is known as adverb. So this heavily here is adverb. It rains in Abuja. How does it rain? Heavily. So the word that expresses or that explains to us how the verb works is known as adverb. Whereas adjective is a word that tells us more about the noun or pronoun. So you see the difference between the adverb and the adjective. Where the adverb tells us about the verb, adjective, or another adverb, the adjective tells us about noun or pronoun. Let's take an example. You say, Obi is a good boy. So it's telling us about Obi, it's qualifying Obi. Good here is qualifying Obi, it's telling us about Obi. So this is an adjective. So anything that tells you more about the noun, or even if you say he is a good boy, he is a nice person. He's a nice person. Nice is trying to tell you more about this pronoun, he. So this is also an adjective. So whenever the word is qualifying a noun or a pronoun, call it adjective. But whenever the word is qualifying a verb, we call it adverb, or is qualifying another adjective or adverb, we call it adverb. Now, it is very important that you also note that there are different types of adverb. We have the adjunct that tells us when, why, how. All of them are under this adverb. Now, there are also different types of nouns. We have the proper noun, we have the collective nouns, and other types. We have different types of pronouns. So in subsequent lectures, we are going to be digging deep into this. We're going to be learning about conjunction and prepositions, so that anytime you make a long statement, you should be able to identify the various parts of speech. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be talking about stress in English language. Stress is very, very important in English language. If you're going in for JAMB, stress is one of the sections that will be coming out in the questions that you're supposed to answer. So what is stress? How do you determine the syllables where the stress is placed on in a word? For you to understand stress very well, first of all, you need to know about syllable. We need to discuss syllable. What is syllable? When you pronounce an English word, the sound or the pronunciation that is done in a go, we call it syllable. Let's say you say man. Man has one syllable. When you have a word like effort, one syllable, fort, second syllable. So very, very importantly, you need to know how these pronunciations are done. So syllable is what you have when you have a word. The part of the word that you can pronounce in a one single heartbeat or in a one single go is a syllable. So we're going to demonstrate this with an example. Now, stress cannot be described without first explaining syllable. Now, what is a syllable? A syllable is a part of a word that can be produced or pronounced at one heartbeat. In every syllable, there must be a vowel sound. Very, very important. In every syllable, there must be a vowel sound. Now, let's take a look at this to know what a syllable is. If you want to pronounce this word, man, at one go, man, girl, or girl, boy, good, they are monosyllabic. So you pronounce them at one heartbeat. Now this one, effort, you can draw a line through here. This is effort, 2 syllables. Monday, English. You see, all these ones are bisyllabic, or you can say bisyllable. These ones are monosyllable because you just say man, God, boy, good, bisyllable, effort, Monday, English. Now you come to this one, you have recover, 3 syllables. Recover, beautiful, 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 3 syllables. Personnel or personal, 3 syllables. So if a word is not monosyllabic or bisyllabic, once it's from 3 upwards, you say that it is polysyllabic or polysyllable. So I believe now you understand what syllable is. So having understood what syllable is, that's where you can easily understand what stress is now. Now, when you pronounce this word effort, which one do you pronounce louder than the other? The one you pronounce louder than the other in these two parts of this word. Is it the A that is louder or the fourth? The one that is louder is where the stress is on. So that's why I say when one syllable is pronounced louder than the other, we say it is the stressed syllable. So in JAMB English language or WAEC English language, where you have syllable as questions, your duty as a student is to pick out the syllable with the stress. So in subsequent lessons and classes, I will be teaching you how to pick out the syllable with the stress so that you can get the right answer. So in subsequent classes, I will be giving you the method you use in identifying to know whether it is this 4 syllable, mon or day, that the stress word is. And let's say we have this Monday. We are going to have something like this, mon. If the second syllable is where the stress is, it's going to be written in capital letter. So you have something like this, Monday. If it is in the 4th syllable, we now have it like this, Monday. So how you know the stress word is the one with the capital letter. So, but for you to pick out whether this is the right way to stress this word or this, that is what I'll be teaching you in subsequent classes, how to pick out the syllable with the stress. So in subsequent classes, we're going to be looking at this. And by the time we're done with these lessons in stress, you should be able to pick out the right stress syllable in a word in your JAMB exams and in your WAEC exams. Thank you and God bless you. Please hit the subscribe button. Support our channel in any way that you can. Thank you and God bless you. See you next time. Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at how to pick out the syllable where to put the stress. How do we pick out the syllable? How do we place the stress? Number one, you need to determine the number of syllables that are in the word that you're considering. So when you now determine it, then you know the right rule to apply. So having determined the number of syllables, let's say you have 2 syllables in a word, 2 syllables in a word. How do you determine the syllable that will have the stress? Number one category here is that there are words that behave differently. When they come as verb, you put the syllable in the second, you put the stress in the second syllable. But when they come as noun, you put this stress in the first syllable. So first of all, determine how many syllables in the word. So all these words have 2 syllables. Why do they have 2 syllables? Because you produce them in 2 movements. You say insult, object, increase, record, export. But now, how do you know that you need to stress this one? The one written in capital letter is the stressed part, or is the stressed syllable. How do you know how to pick it? Now, when these words are pronounced, or when they are used as verbs, they are pronounced differently from when they are used as nouns. So now, if you're using this as a verb, the right pronunciation is insult, insult. But if you're using it as a noun, the right pronunciation is insult. This one, insult, insult. You are insulting me. This thing you're giving me is insult. 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 You're giving me insult. You are here to insult me. Object. I object what you're saying. This is an object. I object what you're saying. This is an object. So here, object, 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 object. Increase my minimum wage. Increase the minimum wage. Increase the minimum wage. This is actually an increase. This is actually an increase. Bring that book so that you can record. Bring that book so that you can record yesterday's event. This is the record of what happened yesterday. Here in Nigeria, we export crude oil. Here in Nigeria, we export crude oil. Wow. Cocoa is an export for us or for them in Ghana. So that is how you do the pronunciation, and the way you pronounce it, you pronounce it actually affects where the stress is put. So here we'll put the stress in the second syllable throughout, whenever 2 syllabic words are used as verb. But we'll put the stress in the first syllable when 2 syllabic words are used as nouns. Very, very important. So that is the category 1 that we just checked out now. In subsequent classes, we're going to be checking out other categories. Now, it is also very important to know that if a word is a monosyllabic word, that is, if the word has only 1 syllable, then the stress is on the whole of the word. But here we're considering words that are bi-syllabic. So thank you. Please hit the subscribe button immediately so that any video that we release, you'll be able to get them. We'll give very explicit lectures and videos concerning courses that you'll be taking in your JAMB, in your WAEC, in your GC, in your NICO. So for you to be able to get our videos as at when we release them, please hit the subscribe button and also hit the bell sign in your YouTube, so that anytime we drop any video, you just be the first to get them, study with them, give them to your younger ones who are planning to sit for exams. Use them for your kids that are in SS1 so that they will start learning immediately with the standard that we are giving. So that by the time they get to SS3, by the time they are about writing exams, external exams, they will be very, very confident. In our YouTube page also, in our YouTube channel, we have exercises, both JAMB past questions, WAEC past questions. You read through all this, you study them so that you learn a lot. If you have any questions, drop them on the comment section. Once you scroll down, you see comment section. If you have any questions, if you have videos that you want me to work on for you, put them there so that when I read through the comments, I will know what you need. And once I know what you need, I'll tailor my effort towards that, because I'm actually here to serve you better and make sure that you get all the most of the things that you need in the way that you need them. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at number stressing. How do we stress a number word? How do we stress a number that is written in words? And how to also stress bi-syllabic words, words that contain two syllables. So let's look at this. Number stressing. Whenever you have a number in this form, like you have 15, we have 16, we have 19. Any number, teen, that has teen, the teen numbers, you always stress them on the second syllable. So now we have 15. You can see the one in capital letter is the stressed syllable. So this is a two-syllable word or bisyllabic word. 15. The stress has to be on the teen. Anytime you have number words that have teen with them, make sure that the stress is on teen. With that, any question like this that comes out in JAMB or WAEC, you're sure to get them. So we have 16, 19, 13. It has to be on the teen. That is where the stress is. But then, for numbers in tens like 60, 70, here we're talking about teen, 16, 17. But here we have 70. That's 7 tens. Here you have 40, that is 4 tens, tens into 4. Here you have 30. So for words like this, the stress is on the first syllable. You can see as I've written them, 70, 40, 30, 30, 40, 70, 60. So the stress is on the first syllable for words, number words like this. So with this covered, every number word that you see in stress in your JAMB or WAEC English, you should be able to get the correct answer. When it is the teen words, the stress is on the second syllable. But when it is the T word number words, the stress is on the first syllable. Now let's look at some bisyllabic words that you can either that you have to stress on the second syllables and the ones you have to stress on the first syllable. So let's look at them. So category 3, this is category 2. In the previous classes, we looked at category 1. We looked at what stress is all about. We also looked at what syllable is all about. So today we're looking at category 2 and 3. So now let's look at category 3 or category 3. Now, if you have a bisyllabic word simply means words that have two syllables. So if you have bisyllabic words, there are some where you stress on the first syllable, and there are some that you stress on the second syllable. So words that you stress on the first syllables are words like vomit, candle, answer, farmer, factor, gather, magic. So all this you stress on the first syllable. Vo, that's where the stress is. So this should be written as V-O, vo, me, because the stress is on the first syllable. Vo, me, ro, ro. So the stress is on this first syllable. Answer, 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 answer. Farmer, factor, factor. So the stress is on the first syllable. Gather, magic. All these words, for all these words, the stress is on the first syllable. But for words like this, the stress is on the second syllable. We have meet, for, for, about, go, play. So for here, the stress is on the second syllable. So you have to know how to get around these. Now, in taking such decision or in abiding by such rules as we did here, you have to take note of the vowel sound. You see, vowel sound like this, is actually, you pronounce them, the sound is not conspicuous. Factor. You understand? So whenever you find out that the sound is not very conspicuous, then you know that that very syllable shouldn't be the one with the stress. But the one that the sound is very clear, like the R in this factor is very clear. So that is where the stress is. So you have to know about this. So take a look at some words where some bisyllabic words where the stress has to be on the first syllables and the one that it has to be on the second syllables. Very, very important. So that is where we're going to be stopping today. Number stressing, very, very important, and bisyllabic words with stress on the first syllable and the ones with the stress on the second syllable. So hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at how to stress compound words. How do you stress compound words? Words that are brought together to make the meaning that they have. How do you stress them? Words like mother-in-law, commander-in-chief. Words that are made up of more than one words. So how do you stress such words? Now, we can categorize our compound words into two. We have the noun compound words and the verb compound words. If you have a noun compound words, or if you have a noun compound word, you have to put the stress on the first syllable. So example is what we have here. Mother-in-law, the stress is on M-O. Commander-in-chief, the stress is on com. Vice principal, auditor in general, head of state, by-law, onlooker, bystander, managing director. All these words are noun and they are compound words. So the stress is put on the first syllable. Very, very important. So you should note whenever you have a compound word that is a noun, the stress should be on the first syllable. Now we look at the second instance where we have verb compound words. Words like backdate, outclass, overstress, underpay, on the go. So all these words, we have the stress on the second syllable or the second word of the compound word. So the second word, like here, you have to over and stress. The stress should be on the second word. Under and go, it should be on this, should be on these. These are for verbs. Whereas for noun, the stress should be on the first syllable. So very important, need to take note of these two things. So whenever you have a noun compound word, the stress is on the first syllable. Whereas whenever you have a verb compound word, the stress is on the second syllable. Please, if you like this video, please hit the subscribe button. If you have any question concerning these videos that you want us to work on for you, please drop it in the comment section. Thank you for your support and subscriptions. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at three-syllable word stressing. How do you stress a three-syllable word? How do you do that? Now we're going to find out that for a three-syllable word, the stress can be on the first syllable or the second for some words, for some three-syllable words, and also in the third for some three-syllable words. So let's look at these cases that we have. The first case is where we have the stress on the first syllable. So like I said, the stress may fall on the first, second, or third syllable. So for such words that have the stress on the first syllable, that is for three-syllable words. So we have words like motherly, motherly. So the stress is on this first syllable, motherly. Institute, as is indicated, you can see the capital letter, the syllable with the capital letter. The syllable with this capital letter is the one stressed. Photograph, photograph. Hopelessly, brotherhood, minimum. So all these tri-syllabic words have the stress on the first syllable. Now we look at the stress, the three-syllable words that have the stress on the second syllable. Now we'll talk about the motion, tomorrow, operator, paternal, redundant, bombastic, abandon, apprentice. So all these words, all these trisyllabic words have their stress on the second syllable. Now let's look at three-syllable words that have the stress on the last or the third syllable. We look at words like underweight, warranty, understand, overstate, brigadier. So all these other words have the stress on the last syllable. So very, very importantly, you need to look at all these words and note how you can stress them. So this is the continuation to our lectures in stress. Please, if you have any question, please drop it in the comment section. Hit the subscribe button immediately so that you'll be able to get our lecture videos whenever they drop. Thanks for your support and subscription. God bless you. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at place ordering. When you have a set of adjectives, how do you arrange them? Which one should come first? Big, black, little, ugly, Nigerian boxes. How do you know the one to put first? Is it the big? Is it the ugly? Is it the Nigerian? Before the box, how do you arrange the adjectives when they are plenty, when they are many? How do you do that? So how do we arrange a set of adjectives or words? Example, when we have words like these 3 weak, big, square, old, brown, wooden, well-decorated Nigerian boxes. How do you put it? Do you say these Nigerian, weak, square, big, well-decorated boxes? Or do you say these square, old, weak, well-decorated? How do you mix? How do you put it? So actually there's a standard formula that you can use to know the adjective to put first before the other. And that's what we're going to be learning today. So this formula is known as DOENH. D-O-E-N-H. So once you place your adjectives according to this very formula, you're going to get the right arrangement. So what does D stand for? D stands for there, take, and the group of words that are under this D that should be put first are a, the, little, some, many, few, these, that, a lot, several, much, a little. Now, so whenever you see a combination of adjectives that have these words, so you should always pick out these words first. After this group of words, then you talk about the ordinators. So under the ordinators, we have words like one, first, two, second, 10, tenth, seventh, seventh. Now, after any of these, then you have the epithets. And these epithets could be subjective or objective. Subjective epithets are those adjectives that once you see it, it's not clearly, another person may be saying that this is good, the other person will be saying that this is not it. So once it's subjective, then you call it, you put it first before you put the objective one. And words like strong, somebody can see somebody and say this person is strong, and the other person sees that same person and says this person is not strong. So once it's a subjective word, good, somebody that is good to you may actually be bad to the other person. Durable, handsome, you understand? Then after such words, you have objective, the ones that are the same, true, the ones that are true for everybody, like size. If you say that something is big, something is heavy. Shape, something that is square for me, square for you. Age, a 20-year-old for me is also a 20-year-old for you. Material, the material that something is made up of. The particle and so those are those for epithets. Then you talk about nominal. Nominal, you're talking about the origin or the maker of that very product. So you talk about Nigerian, so Nigerian boxes, American, Igbo, Asian. Now we talk about head. Head is the actual thing you're describing. That comes last. Like here you are describing about boxes. So the thing you're describing comes last. So it could be chair, could be bag, could be car, could be dress. So anything you're describing comes last. So example is when you say Mrs. Ojo was one of the first two enlightened young ladies. So you should always know how to put together your adjectives whenever you see them. You should know the ones to come first, the ones to come second, third, and last. So make sure that you're picking these, that, a little, much, several first, after which you pick the ordinators, one, first, two, second, talking about the numbers, you understand? This one is talking about like the starting word, after which you now pick the epithets. Epithets, the subjective ones first, the ones that you're not sure, that could be anything. Then the objective, the ones that are very straightforward. Secondly, then you pick out the nominal, the makers of what you're describing. What you're describing, where is it coming from? Nigerian, American, Igbo, Asian. Then you pick out the word itself, the article you're describing. So that is how you go about place ordering. Place ordering is very, very important. It comes out in JAMB, it comes out in WAEC almost every year. Please, if you like this video, hit the subscribe button. If you have any questions and concerns concerning what we've been teaching you, please drop it in the comment section. Thank you for your subscriptions and support. God bless you. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at synonyms and antonyms. We're going to be looking at word factory. we're going to be looking at homophones and polysemic entries, synonyms, antonyms, homophones, and polysemic entries. These are very, very important aspects in English language. Nearest in meaning, opposite in meaning, they are very, very important. You always gonna come across them in your JAMB or WAEC exams. So what do they mean and how do you approach the questions whenever you see them? Now, a synonym is a word which has the same meaning as another word. Any word that has the same meaning as another word is known as synonym. Also, in exam conditions, it could also be a word that has a meaning that is near to the other one that you're looking at. Now, let's look at these two words, stop and halt. Two of them are the same thing. You want to stop and evade. You want to halt something. Stop and halt. Also, hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at word factory. Now, under word factory, we're going to be looking at synonyms, antonyms, homophones, and polysemic entries. And these are very important topics to study whenever you are planning to sit for WAEC or JAMB. So let's start with synonyms. Synonyms are words with similar meaning, or words that are near in meaning. Words like stop, halt. Stop means to stop an operation. Halt also means to stop something. So both of them are having meanings that are similar. Now we look at antonyms. Antonyms are words that are opposite in meaning. Now, when you look at words that are opposite or nearly opposite in meaning, then you're talking about antonyms. Now, homophones are words that sound alike, words that sound the same, but their meanings are different. Now, polysemic entries are words that have different meanings. You understand? Like when you say a bank, bank is where you go to deposit money, get money, and do business with. Now you also have river bank. So the bank for a bank as a financial institution and bank as a river bank or blood bank, they are all different. So we're going to be looking at these topics together. We'll get to know their meaning and how to use them whenever we are writing JAMB or WAEC. So let's look at synonym. A synonym or synonym, a word which has the meaning, same meaning as another, or words that have meanings that are near. Now we talk about stop and halt. We talk about go and proceed. Go, proceed, go, proceed. Stop, halt. Now, antonyms or an antonym or antonym was the definition, a word which is opposite in meaning to the other. Good, bad. It's either that something is good or it is bad. It's either that something is short or it is tall. So these are antonyms. Hot or cold. Hot or cold. Opposite. Now, homophones, words which sound alike but are different in meaning. Like when you say hair and hair, they sound alike but they have different meaning. Fair and fair. Your tea fair and fair. Something that is fair in complexion. Peace and peace. You understand? A piece of something and having peace. Peace of mind. Yeah, they have different meaning but they sound alike. Now, polysemic entries, words which have more than one meaning. Each bank, as I've given earlier. Ball, the ball you play, football. And also party. Partying is also balling. You understand? Now, bridge, philosophy. Now, these words, these polysemic entries are actually identified by the contents. That's the words surrounding them. So when you say we're going to be balling tonight. You understand? Now, when you look at the words surrounding that very polysemic entry, that is when you know the meaning of that word. So when you say river bank, because river is there and there's the bank, you know definitely it's not the financial institution. When you say blood bank, it has to be for the hospital, for medicine, for health. But when you say I want to go to the bank and cash my check, now we're talking about the financial institution. So it has to be in the context of where they are used. That's how you get to know the meaning of a polysemic entry. So these are very important topics that we are supposed to know in Word Factory. Because in JAMB, you're always going to see fill in the blank space with either the synonym, the antonym. So whenever you hear nearness in meaning, opposite in meaning, we are talking about synonyms and antonyms. And you should be able to use them to fill in the blank. So in subsequent classes, I'm going to give us lots and lots of examples of synonym and antonym. And you're supposed to pick them out, note them, use them as much as you can, so that anytime you see them in an examination, you'll be able to spot them and use them effectively. And that's how you move in order for you to get high score in either your JAMB or your WAEC. And that's how we're going to be going. Word Factory, very, very important. Being able to pick out words and fill in the blank. Being able to choose synonym, antonym, nearness in meaning, opposite in meaning, homophones, and all that we've done today. Please, if you like this video, hit the subscribe button. If you have any questions and concerns, please drop it on the comment section. If you need special lessons, you're in Nigeria, hook up with my number. It's also in the description section. Follow us on Twitter and Facebook so that anytime we drop a new video, you will be able to get them. Thank you. God bless you. Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at apostrophe, that comma-like sign that you can use to show position, contraction, omission. You can use it to show many things. Apostrophe, that's what we're going to be looking at. It's actually a mechanical device in English language that you can use to show position. So today we're going to actually be looking at the function of position that is exhibited by apostrophe critically. We're going to be looking at it today. Then in subsequent classes, we're going to be looking at other functions of apostrophe. So let's look at apostrophe. This is the sign, comma. It's a comma sign put on top. It's actually a comma-like sign used as a mechanical device in English to show position, omission, contraction, or to pluralize items. So you can use apostrophe to show position. You can use it to show omission when you want to omit some part of a word. You can use apostrophe to do that. You can also use it to show contraction, and you can use it to pluralize when you want to pluralize something. And those are the things we'll be looking at under position function of apostrophe, how to use it to pluralize words. So let's look at the functions of apostrophe, and in particular let's look at position. Now, if you want to use apostrophe to show position for singular words like the girl's bag, a girl possesses this bag. You understand? The girl's bag, the boy's bag. That is how it is shown. You use apostrophe to show that this girl is actually the owner of this bag. Now, Obi's bag, the same thing. My friend's pen, the same thing. Now, what if you want to show the plural form of position? How do you do that? Like the girl's bag, like you have more than one girl. Now, the apostrophe has to come after the S, unlike in these cases where it came before the S. Now it has to come after the S. The girl's bag, my friend's pen. Since I'm having more than one friend, it has to be after the S. Since we are having more than one girl, it has to be after the S. So take note of these two cases. This for singular position, this for plural positions. Very important. So those are the areas that you're going to be tested in your JAMB and in WAEC. So let's look at irregular ones, like if you have ladies bags. Like if you have more than one lady, instead of introducing another X behind the ladies, you just leave it at the same spelling of the ladies and just put apostrophe. So that's how you get about this. Princess already has S behind. All these words already have S already. So if you want to pluralize them, you don't need to put extra S. Just put apostrophe in front. So we have ladies' bags, princess legs. So those are for possessors ending in S. Very, very important. Now let's look at possessor in irregular plural form, like one child's bag. You understand? This bag is for one child, and this is how you get about this. Two children's bag. You understand? Ordinarily, you wouldn't have children's, but for possession, this is how you get around it. One man's meat is another man's poison. You know that. Three men's meat. That's how you get about this. Now, when you have family possessor, like the obese house, the family of the obese, their house, this is how you come get around this. The obese limousine. The apostrophe has to come after the S. Now, if you have joint possession like Musa and Ade's company, this is how you go about it. It has to be written as normal possession for singular for the second noun. Musa and Ade's company. Now we have possessor of possessors, where we have Mr. Idowu's son's pencil. So see, two of them comes naturally, just the way singular possession appears. So we have Mr. Idowu's son's pencil. So take note of all these, very, very important. These are the functions of apostrophe. So in subsequent classes, we're going to delve into other functions of apostrophe. Please, if you like this video, hit the subscribe button. The subscribe button by this side of the screen. And if you have any questions or concerns, drop them on the comment section. If you want to contact us, you can see our full details in the description section of this video. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at plural compounds. We're going to be looking at plural compounds. Now, when you have words like bystander, how do you pluralize such a word? Bystander, if you have more than one bystander, you have bystanders. Onlookers, more than one onlooker. Onlookers. How do you put the X, the morpheme X, to make it such words plural? How do you do that? So that's what we're going to be looking at today. Now, to do that, you're going to be following some rules. We have like 4 rules. So a compound is actually a word that has more than one word constituting it. So whenever you have a word that has more than, like onlookers, the on is a word, looker is another word. You understand? So you can bring them together using hyphen. So whenever you have words that you can bring together using hyphen, or just any word that is constituting of more than one word, like two words brought together, you call them compound words. So we're going to be looking at how to pluralize. It depends on the very type of compound that you now determine how to pluralize them. Now let's look at if a preposition and a noun form a compound word. The noun carries the S morpheme. So let's look at these onlookers. You know, these are two. We have on is a preposition, looker is a noun. So if you are bringing the two of them as one word, the noun should carry the s whenever you want to pluralize, whenever you want to make it for more than one person. So if you are having more than one onlooker, you have to have onlookers and not ons looker. You cannot have ons looker. You have onlookers. The s has to be on the noun. Now let's take a look at the outgoers, people that go out. You cannot say outgoer. You have outgoers because the s has to be on the noun. This is the preposition, this is the noun. The s has to be on the noun. Bystanders, the s has to be on the standard because it is the noun. By is preposition. Incomers, the s has to be there. So whenever you want to pluralize a word, a compound word, if you want to pluralize a compound word consisting of a preposition and a noun, the s has to be on the noun. Very, very important. Now let's look at the second instance. If two nouns are to form a compound word, now two nouns, this one, it was preposition and noun. Now two nouns are to form a compound word. It is the last noun that carries the s. Very, very important. The last noun carries the s. The last noun carries the s. Now let's look at this. Face and clothes. Face is a noun. Clothes is also a noun. So if you want to pluralize it to have face clothes, it has to be the last noun that carries. Teacups. Tea and cup. Both of them are nouns. So if you want to pluralize the compound word, it has to be teacups. The last noun carries the s. Now let's look at this other one. If the first noun preceding another noun is working as an adjective, the second noun carries the s. Boy is a noun. Scout is also a noun. But boy is describing the kind of scout that we have. So it's functioning as an adjective because it's helping us tell the meaning of this scout. It's telling us the type of scout that we have is the scout for male child. If you have girl, it would have been the scout for female child or female children. So now we are having boy scout. So boy is simply describing this. And when that happens, the second noun carries the s. So it has to be scouts. So boy scouts. That's how you pluralize. If it is more than one boy scout, call it boy scouts. Now, if a title forms a compound, the adjective part will not carry s. The adjective part will not carry s. What carries the s is the noun part. So things like financial secretary, you're going to have financial secretaries, not financial secretary. It has to be financial secretaries. If you have secretaries general, it has to be secretaries general and not secretary generals. Secretaries general. Now we talk about chiefs of staff. This is the title. So the other one is that this one should have the adjective part will not carry s. Chiefs of staff. Parents-in-law. That's the right word. Parents-in-law. The adjective will not carry the s. Very, very important. It will not carry the s. Commanders-in-chief. Auditors general. So very, very important. You need to take note of all these because when such words come out in JAMB and WAEC, you should be able to pick out the right answer. And for you to be able to pick out the right answers, you need to know the rules. So please take note, copy these notes, study the 4 rules, and get to know how to use them so that when you have problems of filling the blank in your WAEC or in your JAMB, you'll be able to get the right answers. Thank you and God bless. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at term verbs. Term verbs. Now, there are 2 types of verbs that you have. We all know that verbs are action words. When you say things like slap, that's the action that's an action, you're trying to slap somebody. Walk, you're taking a walk. Washing of dishes, Understand? So these verbs, some of them are done in a very quick, fast tempo, whereas some take time. The ones that are done in a very fast tempo, they don't need to have the ing ending. They just need to remain in their base. Whereas the ones that take longer time to finish, those are the ones that need ing. Like when you say slap, I saw him slap him, or I saw him slap her. Slap doesn't take time to do. So it's simple. You don't say I saw him slapping her because it doesn't take time. I saw him leap over the fence. Leap. To jump over the fence doesn't take time, it's not jump. But when you want to say things like I saw her washing the dishes, washing takes time. I saw him frying plantain, that takes a whole lot of time. You understand? But those verbs that are done shorter, in a shorter interval, you don't need the ing ending to them. And that is what we consider when we look at term verb. For the short ones, you see things like seeing him take a fast salute. Want to salute somebody very fast. You don't say saluting because it doesn't take longer time. He saw him leap over the fence. You can't say he saw him leaping over the fence. Leaping, no. He saw him leap over the fence. And you talk about she saw him come into the room. You want to come into the room, you just take a step from here, you enter. So it's shorter. So there's nothing like I saw him coming into the room. I saw him come into the room. And for the longer ones, like she is washing the dishes now. Washing takes time. That's when you put the ing, washing. Instead of she washed the dishes, now you say she is washing because it's taking time. You can see it at the moment that it's taking longer time to do. So that is what we consider when we look at term verbs. If it is short tempo, it is fast tempo, it's done in shorter time, you leave it at the base of the vowel and the verb. It is slap, dance, those are short interval action or words. But the ones that take longer, like frying plantain, takes time, watching television, takes time. You understand? Those are the ones you put the ing in. So that's where we're going to come to the end. Please hit the subscribe button. If you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Thank you. God bless you. That you can use for revision when we stop teaching. So welcome. Today we are going to be looking at rules of Concord. Today we are going to be looking at what? Rules of Concord. If you're able to know the rules of Concord, you see that answering JAMB questions will be, or other English questions will be very easy for you. Number one rule says that subject-verb Concord. And I told you that what Concord simply means what? It means what? Agreement. You understand in English language. Say subject-verb Concord. When subject is singular, the verb should be what? Singular too. Whenever the subject is what? Singular, the verb should as well be what? Singular. And whenever the subject is plural, the verb should also be what? Plural. You know what subject is it not? You know what object is. You know what complement is. We've done that in this class, isn't it? Now, example of subject-verb Concord is when you say he goes. Is that clear? He goes. He, is it singular or plural? Singular, because you're talking about one person. He. If it is plural, it would have been what? They. You understand? So whenever you use that singular subject, he, the verb must be what? Singular. Goes. Whenever you have most verb with s ending, it simply means the singular part. Is that clear? Yes. Unlike a noun, if you have noun and you have s, it simply means the plural part. Yes. But in verbs, when it has s, when the word has s, it is the word singular verb. Is that clear? Yes. Is that clear? Look at it again. Goes, is it a verb or a noun? Verb. You understand? If you have any word that is a noun, like orange, and you put s, oranges, is it the plural or the singular? Plural. But the opposite is, when you're talking about verb, is the opposite. Is that clear? The verb that has s at the back is normally the singular verb. Is that clear? Whereas the one that does not have x or es is the word plural. Is that clear? Do you understand it? And we made mention of it before this one. If you take your note, you see it. Imagine, isn't it? Is there already? So singular goes with what? Singular. Is that clear? So now we have he goes. You can never say he go. Is that clear? He goes to school every day. Not he go to school every day. That is the wrong English. Is that clear? Now we have the boys go. Can you see? Boys is what? Plural or singular? Plural. You understand? And it goes with a plural verb, which is what? Go. Is that clear? The boys go to school every day. The boy go to school every day. And you cannot say the boys goes. Does it sound good in the ear? The boys go to school every day. Is that clear? Did you get rule number 1 very well? Yes. Did you get it very well? Now rule number 2 says subject, object, concord. Subject, object, what? Concord. And like, as I said before, we've already done what subject and what object is, isn't it? Yes. Now we say subject, object, concord. When everybody, everyone, etc. is used, the object will be his, her. Is that clear? Yes. That is his or what? Her. Now, an example will say, you cannot use there as in e.g. everybody knows his or her name. You cannot say everybody knows their name. Is that clear? Everybody knows his or her what? Name. Whenever you use everybody or everyone, you must use a singular object. Is that clear? It must go with a what? Singular object. Because now, the mistake you will make is that when you say everybody, it will be like the people are plenty. So you will not say everybody knows their name. That is the wrong English. You see, but that's one thing with Concord. You can easily make mistake because if you just check it normally the way you do English, you just make simple mistakes. Are you saying the rules? It comes out in JAMB on every year. Comes out every year. Everybody knows his or her what? Name. That's the right English. Not everybody knows their name. Is that clear? Is that clear? You also say everyone knows his or her name. You understand? Not everyone knows their name. Then number 3 rule says mandative or subjunctive concord. Mandative, subjunctive concord. You say when recommendation, resolution, demand, wish, suggestion or prayer is involved in a sentence, the verb of the class should be plural. The verb should be what? Plural. And I've explained what plural verbs are, isn't it? Yes. Now, the verb should be plural, whether the subject is singular or plural. Is that clear? Example is when you say, it has been recommended that he go away. You say this. It has been recommended that he go away. But you know that he is supposed to be with what? Goes. But whenever you use such word as recommended or demand or resolution or wish or suggestion, you must use what? It must be what? Plural. Plural verb, which is what? Go. Which is what? Go and not goes. Do you know why? Why? You use it that way because if you want to write this sentence completely, it would have been, it has been recommended that he should go away. He should go away. You understand? But now they removed what? Should. Should is removed. You understand? So this should have been, it has been recommended that he should go away. But we remove should. That's why the go didn't change from go to what? Goes. Is that clear? Now, when you say, I pray that God help. I pray that God help. You cannot say, I pray that God helps. Because if you're writing this sentence in full, you would have been what? I pray that God should what? Help. Is that clear? So whenever you see such word as what? Pray. Can you see that? Pray. Recommended. You understand? You always assume that there is a word that has been removed. So you think, what if that word is there? How would English, how would the grammar, how would it have gone? Is that clear? Is it clear? Good. Then the 4th rule says a pair of concord. Whenever you're using a pair of, you know you normally use a pair of in your English language, is it not? You use a pair of often. So you say when a pair of trousers, shares, etc. is used, it attracts a singular word, verb. You know, pair simply means two, but is it not? Two. So you see that whenever you want to say a pair, you'll be tempted to say, since it's more than one, that you use a plural verb. Is that clear? But the rule is telling you that once you use a pair, that a pair simply means that it should go with a singular word, verb. Is that clear? And so that's why it said it attracts a singular verb, such as is, was, has, goes, dances. You know, I told you that the singular is the one that has s, is it not? Has, goes, instead of go, goes, dance, instead of dance, dances. Dances is a singular, is it not? So you now say, example, a pair of shares lies. Understand? Shares, it means pair of shares. You would have said it's two shares, that it should be lie, not lies. But once you use a pair, it has to be singular verb. Is that clear? A pair of shares lies on the kitchen shelf. Is that clear?
Yes.
Do we understand these rules? Yes.
Since you use the word pair, why would you put s in the shares?
That's what I'm saying. That's what the rule just says. That whenever you are using a pair, you understand? A pair. That it doesn't matter, the pair of shares is the way the grammar goes. But the verb has to be what? Singular, because you're using a pair. You understand? Is the rule. The rule says that whenever a pair, this Concord, a pair is used, that you must use lies. Lies, which is the singular word. What is the singular word? What is lies? Singular word, verb. Is that clear? A pair, whether you say a pair of trousers, you know a pair of trousers, pair is normally two. You understand? But it's saying that once that English is used, a pair, it has to come along with a singular word, verb. Singular word, verb. Is that clear? Very, very important. So we look at other rules. What other rules do we have there? We copied it the last time, right? You update your notes from there on. You've already copied it. What's the rule number 5? Principle of what? Proximity. And number 6 is what? Mania. But those are the rules. Where am I? So what did the principle of proximity say? Number 5. The principle of proximity. Yes, what does it say? Lawson, what does it say? When there is a list of nouns or pronouns at the level of the subject, when there is a list of nouns and what? Or pronouns at the level of subject, what happens? When there is a list of nouns or pronouns at the level of subject, it is the nearest noun or pronoun to the position of the verb that will determine the choice of the verb. It is the nearest noun or what? Pronoun to the what? Position of the verb that will determine the choice of the verb. It's a very clear principle, rule. You understand? Whenever you don't have only one noun or pronoun, you have more than one. You understand? At the position of the, or at the level of the subject, it is the one that is nearest to the verb that determines the choice of the verb. For example, For example, check this. If Shade passes her examination, comma, if Shade passes her examination, comma, why I'm taking my time on this is because this is very important. Her teachers, her friends, Shola or I, her teachers, comma, her friends, comma, Shola or I, Are you saying that? Dash to praise. Now you have options. Is, are, am, has, we have. You have option A is what? Is, isn't it? What is option B? Option A is. Option B is what? Are. Option C is what? Huh? Am. Option B is what? Huh? As. Spell.
H-A-S.
H-A-S. And E, option E is what?
Will
have to. Can you see the options? And that's how it comes out in JAMB as well. What is the answer to that? What is the answer to that? Who can tell me the answer? Am. Huh? Is that the answer? Why is it the answer? Can you relate it to the role? If you say that am is the answer, relate it because it is what? Closest to it. That's the one that the subject that you consider. Are you considering Shola or friends or teacher or Shola or I? Which one are you considering? I. Is it not? Because I is the one that is closer to the verb that you want to use. Is it not? So you consider whenever you don't have one, you say me, my family, my teachers, and you are to blame. You understand? You are, you know that you normally use you are. You understand? You cannot say you is. The last one, or the one that is nearest to the word verb, is what determines what the verb is. Is that clear? Now, if you say now because you mentioned plenty people, can you see that he mentioned plenty people? Mention teachers, friends, Shola, everybody that he mentioned. You would have said and I are. That's if you're taking it in the normal, like without taking note of the principles of Concord. You would have said are, is it not? But Concord is telling us that you consider this. Because whenever you use I, you say am to praise, is it not? So this am becomes, C becomes the answer. Because this is the closest. And this one is what determines what the verb is. What if Shola was the last thing? What would have been the answer? Huh? Is. Had it been Shola is the last? Had it been Shola is here, it would have been is. What if teachers, her teachers? What would have been the answer? Do you understand it? Is it clear? Is it clear? JAMB is going to intertwine. Is going to place Shola in place of this. Sometimes it will place friends. It will put Shola, put I, or it will put friends as the last one. What will be the answer if friends is the last one? Do you understand it? So that is the principle of what? Proximity. It's telling you that anyone that is closer to the verb is what determines the choice of the verb. Is that clear? It's what determines the choice of the verb. That's why I say when there is a list of nouns, there are plenty of nouns here, is it not? You have our teachers, we have our friends, we have Shola. You understand? All of them are nouns and pronouns. Is it noun or pronoun? Is it noun or pronoun? Pronoun. Is used in place of a noun. So instead of saying my name is Austin, I use I, is it not? So it's a pronoun. And it's telling you it's either pronoun or noun. So once all of them are in the place of, in the level of the subject, the verb used is dependent on the nearest word noun or pronoun. It depended on the nearest word, noun or pronoun. Is that clear? Emmanuel, is that very clear? It's very, very clear. Is it clear? Good. So we look at rule number 6. All the rules are important, like I told you. When you check your lexis and structure now, after this class, you see that you have plenty questions on this. Plenty of it. So what's the next rule? Many are Concord. That's the next one. It's number what? What's the number?
6.
Is it 6?
Yeah.
Number 6. Many are Concord. So whenever you hear that word, mania, what follows it? When mania is used, it should be immediately followed by a singular noun and a singular verb. So the rule says that when many is used, comma, it should be followed by what? A singular what?
Noun.
Singular noun and what?
A singular verb.
And a singular what?
Verb.
Verb. So whenever you use mania, it should immediately be followed by a singular noun and a singular. Example is when we have many a boy is here. E.g., many a boy is here. You can tell me what you observe. Just tell me what you observe here. Many a student speaks bad English expressions. Many a student speaks bad English expression. Explain to me what you observe. Tell me what somebody would have done if the person does not have the knowledge of Concord. That's what I want you to observe.
Let's start the principle that after mania, you should be followed by.
You're giving us you're telling us what is happening. That we ask you, what would you have observed if you don't know about the Concord? You can give me the answer to that. I'm gonna try.
Many a boys are here. Many a boys are here.
Many a boys are here. You understand? If you didn't know about this Concord, you will say, because you say this is many, that this one should have been what? Is it not? Blossom, is it not? If you didn't know about this rule that says that whenever you have many, that this must be singular. You understand? Somebody would have been saying that, somebody would have said that many says, hey, it's many boys. So the right verb should be what? Are here. Many boys are here. Is that clear? But the rule is now telling you that whenever you use many are, you understand, it should be followed by a singular noun and a singular word verb. What is following it has to be a singular noun. Can you see a singular noun?
Yes.
This is many are boy. And even if there is s, it would have been a plural. So it has to be followed by a singular noun and a singular word verb. Many are boy is here. Is that clear? Is that clear? It's very clear. Now you say many students speaks bad English. Is that correct? Is that correct? It's very correct. Because student is singular, is it not? Speaks. I told you that the verb with s is always a singular verb, is it not? So many students speak bad English. Is that clear? Is that clear? Concord comes out plenty in Concord. They normally come out plenty in JAMB. Is that clear? So take note. I believe that's where you stopped, man.
Yes.
So you write along now. Give some space in your notes so that you write along. So we are going to continue with the rules of Concord, and now we are going to look at what collective Concord, collective noun Concord. What are collective nouns? What are collective nouns? Collective noun is a word which stands for many units that constitute that single word. Is that clear? It's a word which stands for many units that constitute a single word. Class. What are the units that constitute a class? The students in the class, is it not? Is it not? A congregation. When you go to Winners Chapel, those people that sit, they are known as the what? Is that not clear? Go to Catholic Church. When the Reverend Father is preaching, the people sitting and listening at the what? Congregation. So what are the component units that make up the congregation? The worshippers. You understand? Me and you that go to church. You understand? Or me and you that go to the mosque. Is it not? Now, when you have audience, who are the audience? People that are listening or watching a program. Is it not? Clergy. Clergy. What are the things that make up the clergy?
Religious leaders.
The religious leaders. The imam. The pastor. You understand? Collective. That's the one single name that you use for all of them together. Is it not? That is what collective noun is. And it's trying to tell us, the rule here says that when the collective noun is performing an action, the verb used has to be a plural verb. Is that clear? When the collective noun is doing what? Performing an action, the verb used is a plural verb. But when the collective noun is not performing an action, use a singular verb. Is that clear? Let's take an instance. My club dash. Will you say my club dash twice in a month? My club dash twice in a month. Will you say my club is meeting twice in a month? My club met twice in a month. My club meets twice in a month. My club meets twice in a month. What would be the answer? Meet. Is it C or D? D. Why is it D? It's performing action. It's plural, is it not? My club meets. Meet is plural, because club, you're talking about the members of the club. There are plenty people. They are performing the action of meeting, is it not? So my club meets. So write this, please. Write this note. Write it on this place. Write it by the side. Right. When the rule. When they, write it somewhere. When the collective noun is performing an action. When the collective noun is performing an action, a plural verb is used. If not, a singular verb is used. If, you can use if the collective noun is performing an action. If, when the collective noun is performing an action, a plural verb is used. Plural verb is used. When not, a singular verb is used. It's clever. It's clever. Like the club is an action. To meet is an action, is it not? People come together to meet, and that's why we use meet instead of meets, because meet is a plural, is it not? Now, you now say our club. That's 10 years now. Our club, that's 10 years now. Will you say our club is 10 years now? Our club are 10 years now. Our club was 10 years now. What will be the right word? What will be the right word? No, cannot be that. The right word is what? Is. Because there is no action being performed, is it not? So you have to use singular. I said when an action is performed, you use what? Plural. Is it not? That's the last statement I just made now. This one, our club is 10 years old. Is there any action there? It's trying to explain something, the years of our club. Is it not? The age. Is it not? So you say our club is 10 years now. Can you see? So this shows that our club can use both is or what? Are. It can use both singular or what? Plural. But it depends on the content, in the context the word is being used in, is it not? When it is performing an action, it is what? Plural. If it's not performing an action, it is what? Singular. Is that clear? Now you see, the audience that's partial in their judgment of the beauty queens. What will be the answer? Ah. Is it not? The audience are partial because they perform the action of judging. You understand? But they were partial in that judgment. Can you see that? Is that clear? It's clear, man. Good. Now let's look at the 8th rule. It says more than. The more than Concord. The more than. If you're able to know this Concord very well, you get plenty answers in English. You get most of the question because it comes out many of it. It's normally the one that they use in filling up the gap. You know that question, filling the gap. In JAMB, filling the gap. It's mainly Concord questions. Now say more than Concord. When more than is used, the word or number that comes after more than will determine the next verb. We do what? Determine the next verb. We say in Concord that the basic rule is that all singular nouns or subject goes with singular verb, is it not? And all plural subject goes with what? Plural what? Verb. So now it's saying that when more than is used, the word or number that comes after more than will determine the next verb. Now we say more than 2 oranges are here. Can you see that? It's the same thing. More than 2 oranges are here. But now when you say more than 1 orange is here, do you understand it? It's very clear. More than 2 oranges. Oranges is what? Plural. The verbs that should come with it should be what? Plural. Plural goes with plural, is it not? Yes. The oranges is a noun and is what? Plural. It should go with a plural word. Verb. Orange is a singular noun, is it not? Yes. And it should go with a singular verb. What? Is. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. Good. So let's stop here for now. Get back to these things. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at emphatic stress. We are going to be looking at what? Emphatic stress. Emphatic stress. Stress by emphasis. Stress by what? Emphasis. So in JAMB examination, you see questions like this. This is the question. Ben's wife is always charming. Ben's wife is always what? Charming. And you have these options. Number 1 is John's wife always charming. Is Ben's sister always charming? Is Ben's wife always quarrelsome? Is Ben's wife rarely charming? They want you to pick the right answer. So how do you know an emphatic stress question when you see them? You see, 1 is always indicated as a stressed word. One of the words in the sentence is always indicated as the word stressed word. And how do they do this indication? By either writing it in capital letter, isn't it? Or maybe underlining or writing it in what? Italics, isn't it? So when you now look at the main question, you check the one that is written in capital letter or the one that is what? Stressed. Exactly. Then you check the options. Whenever you see the one that is stressed, changed, you know that is the answer. So we look at this, we see Ben's wife is always charming. Which of these words is stressed? Which of them? Ben, isn't it? Ben. So in the options, where is Ben changed? You can see that we have what? Ben being changed. Ben here is John. Yeah. So this is where it is changed, isn't it? It's still the same here, Ben. So the answer is what? A. Is that clear? What if in the question we have something like this? Ben's wife is always charming. So which is the stress word in this sentence? Charming, isn't it? So what will be the answer? Where is charming changed? What? C, isn't it? Because charming is changed to what? Quarrelsome. It's still charming here, it's still charming here, but it's still also still charming here, but there it is what? Quarrelsome. And that's why we say here the student tick the sentence with the word stress word change. So you have to check all the statements. You see where the stress word is changed. Anywhere you see the stress word change, that is the word answer. Is that clear? Is that clear? Good. We now look at rule number 16 in Concord. And the rule says double title subject or double title subject in Concord. When two subjects are joined together by and, but the two subjects refer to only one person or thing, a singular verb should be used. You understand? Two subjects are involved. They are joined by and. But those two subjects still mean the same thing. That simply means that it's actually one subject, isn't it? So you should use a singular word, verb. That's the meaning. When two subjects are joined together by and, but the two subjects refer to one person or thing, a singular verb should be used. Example, our principal and English language teacher is coming. Now, I am the principal. You know, some school, the principal also teaches. Is that clear? So if I'm the principal and I'm teaching you English language and I'm coming, you will say that our principal and the word English language teacher word is coming. Is because it's one person that is both the principal and the word English language teacher. Is that clear? But if they are different, what will be here? Is that clear? So take note. Now the second one says mathematical fact. In matters relating addition, subtraction and multiplication, the verb will be any of singular or plural. Anyone you use is correct. Is that clear? When it involves mathematics. As when you say 5 multiplied by 3 is 15. You know, we normally use is instead of but it's saying now that you can also use what? 18 rule says plural numbers concord when amount or unit is mentioned, such as 200 times, 8%, 10 meters. The next verb should be what? Singular. Whenever you're talking about amount, the next verb should be singular. Example, when you say 8 pounds is too few to build a house. You understand? If you say 1,000 naira is too little to build a house, it's too few. You cannot say 1,000 because it's 1,000. You say 1,000 naira are too little to build a house. Is that clear? Is that clear? So those are simple English errors that you can easily make. So take notes. Please read this Concord from A to the one we started till now. You find out that you answer so many questions in this JAMB. Tag questions. Today we are going to be learning what? Tag questions or question tags. Now, in exams like JAMB and WAEC, you understand, they are going to put a question for you and they will tell you fill up the blanks. They will tell you to fill up the what? Blanks. You understand? So let's say they put a question like this: he will sing. Then they will put dash. You understand? Then they will give you option A, won't he? Option B, will he? Option C, does he? Option D, can he? You understand? You should be able to pick out the right answer. You should be able to do what? Pick out the right answer. So whenever you have tag questions or question tags, it normally comes in this form. He will sing, dash. Then you have options. Can he? Will he? You understand? They will put a question like this: they are going home. Are they? Aren't they? Will they? You understand? It is your duty to pick out the right word answer. Is that clear? And in order for you to pick out the right answer, you are supposed to know these basic 1, 2, 3, 4 rules. You understand? It's up to 5, but for now I'm giving you the basic 4 rules. Is that clear? So the basic things one should know about tag questions are: number 1, affirmative statement attracts negative word tags. Affirmative statement attracts negative word tag. Let's say example of an affirmative statement is Shola is here. Is that clear? The answer should be isn't he? Isn't. Isn't simply stands for is not he, is it not? So this one is negative, not. You understand? Negative. But the statement is what? Positive or affirmative. You understand? Every affirmative statement must attract what? Negative tag. So if you have Shola is here and you have is he, can the answer be is he? The answer cannot be is he. The answer should be what? Isn't he? You understand? Because the statement here is affirmative. Shola is here. So the answer should be what? Isn't he and not is he. Is that clear? Now, let's say we have he will sing. This is an affirmative. It's confirming that Adobe will sing or Austin will sing. It's affirmative. So the answer, to fill up the blank, you should have what? Won't he? Won't he? This is negative, isn't it? Won't he? So we have he will sing. You'll be looking at the verb. That's why you should have what? Won't he? Now you have they are going home. So what should be the answer? Aren't they? It's negative. You understand? Because the first one is what? Positive. But now, rule number 2 says negative statements attracts what? Affirmative or what? Positive tag. So let's take an instance of a negative statement. We say Shola is not here. This is negative. So the answer should be what? Is he? Positive. I hope you understand. Now you have the boat hasn't left. The boat hasn't left. So the answer should be what? Has it? Has it? You understand? This should be positive. Positive question. Tag. Is that clear? Now another instance is that the choice of tense of the operator auxiliary are determined by the word verbal phrase in the main clause or sentence. Is that clear? Example is when you have something like this. John jumps over the fence. Can you see the verb? Jumps. That means that's what he normally does all the time. John jumps over the fence. The question tag will be what? Doesn't he? This is what? Affirmative, and this is what? Negative. But you should look at the what? Verb. Unlike here where we have he jumped over the fence. The answer should be what? Didn't he? This one is doesn't he, but this one is what? Didn't he? Why is this one doesn't he and this one didn't he? This one is doesn't he because we have jumps. And this one is didn't he because we have jumped. This is past tense. So what is here should also be what? Past tense. This is present tense, jumps. And what is here should always be what? Present tense. Is that clear? Now finally we have that other verbs, example main or lexical verbs, have in the tag question words like what? Do, does, or what? Did in their tag. Example is what? They drink the wine. So the answer should be what? Don't they? They drink the wine. They is plural. Drink is plural. Verb, plural verb. So the answer should come in form of what? Don't they? They drink the wine is also what? Affirmative. So the answer should come in what? Negative. Don't they? Is that clear? Then lastly we have you don't care for me. Do you? You see that? You don't care for me. Do you? Is that clear? So you have to take note of all these things so that whenever you're giving a tag question, you should know what the answer should be. You should know what the answer should be. Whenever it's positive, the answer should be what? So let me ask this question. Eze goes to school. What should be the tag question? Eze goes to school. Doesn't he? Eze goes to school is an affirmative. You understand? Goes with what? Another. The answer should come in form of what? Doesn't he? What if I say Eze went to school? Didn't he? You understand? Eze goes to school. Doesn't he? Eze went to school. Didn't he? Is that clear? Thank you. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be learning comprehension. We are going to be learning what? Comprehension. Comprehension is a very important aspect of English language in JAMB examination. You are always going to write what? Questions from where? Comprehension. Is that clear? You are always going to write questions on comprehension. Every JAMB question. So you have to pay very good attention. So what is comprehension? Comprehension is the ability to understand something. You understand? The ability to do what? Understand. That word comprehend means to do what? Understand. Comprehend. Can you comprehend what I'm saying? You understand? Comprehension simply means understanding. So when you are giving a comprehension passage in JAMB, what are they expecting you to do? They are expecting you to read and do what? Understand. Read and do what? Understand. So that you can be able to answer the what? Following questions. Is that not clear? That is what comprehension passages are expected to be for you to do in JAMB exam. So comprehension is the what? Ability to understand something. It is the understanding and interpretation of what is read. The understanding and what? Interpretation of what is read. You've already read it, isn't it? Now you need to do what? Understand and do what? Interpret. You understand? When you are answering the question, it is expected that you already understood the questions. Then you are able to interpret. Sources of comprehension passages. Where can we get some comprehension passages? Where and where can we get comprehension passages? We have two types of sources. You understand? Then we have what we call original and what? Adaptation. Original and what? Adaptation. Whenever a comprehension passage is written by the examiner based on an event that has taken place or an event that he has witnessed, you understand? Or when he's talking about religion, he's talking about something, an economic situation. Maybe he's talking about the falling rate of Nigerian naira to the dollar. You know that it is something that is happening and somebody is writing about it. We say that that source is what? Original, because you're writing from your head, from your experience, from what you're understanding. Is that clear? Such source is what? Original. When comprehension passage is specifically written by a good user of what? English language, somebody that knows English for the purpose of what? Examination. It could be about his experience, an event, a situation which could be economic or political situation of the country. You understand? Somebody could be writing about the recent election or about Muhammad Buhari's dispensation. You understand? You're writing from your head. How you understand it? It is what? Original. Is that clear? His ideas are not what? Restricted. He can write about different things. But when the comprehension is about what has been written in a novel or in another person's book or in a textbook, when you go and lift something, when you go and call from another book or another material or article that has been written by another person, then we say that such source is what? Adaptation. That such source is what? Adaptation. Is that clear? And this adaptation could be what? Partial or what? Complete. It could be a partial adaptation or complete adaptation. When you write the whole of somebody's article and put it in an examination passage of comprehension, you're doing what? Complete adaptation. But when you go to a novel or you go to an article written by somebody and you just cut half of it or some part of it, then you're doing what we call what? Partial adaptation. Is that clear? Yes. Is that clear? Now we look at how to read a comprehension. How can you read a comprehension? Do you go and read comprehension the way you're reading your notebook slowly and order? Is that the way you read comprehension? For you to maximize your time in JAMB hall, how do you read to maximize your time? Number one, you can use a method known as what? Skimming. Known as what? Skimming. What is skimming? Skimming is quickly looking for the main ideas of a word passage. And I gave you an example the last time that skimming is when you get a newspaper. You know what newspaper is? Yes, sir. You just go through it. You're looking for the main thing you want to read. You understand? You just look through. You're skimming through the what? Newspaper. Is that clear? You can just skim through. Like now, you see a heading written Nigeria versus Brazil, friendly match. You understand? When you skim through that passage, what will you be looking at? You will be looking at the date for the match, isn't it? The date Nigeria will be playing what? Brazil. You will not go and read in details. You just go to, hey, let me just get the date. Hey, this is an interesting match. Let me know the date. You understand? You go for the main idea. The main point, the date, when is the match taking place? That's what you go to. You understand? And if you're staying in cities like Abuja and Port Harcourt, you also be going for the venue, isn't it? Because you know it's likely that they will play the match in Abuja, Port Harcourt or Kano. You understand? But if you're staying in a place like Ekiti, you might not bother about the venue because you will know that definitely you watch it on the telly, isn't it? So you skim for the main ideas. Skimming is quickly looking for the main ideas of a passage. The reader gets a general but not detailed feel of the passage. You understand? When you skim, you don't get the detailed. You get the general. Example is skimming through a newspaper. Another way of reading is scanning. Scanning is reading fast at the same time, getting full meaning of the word passage. You understand? Scanning is slower than skimming because here you try to get a little bit detailed feel of what you want. This is more detailed. It is more detailed than what skimming. And we're going to use this procedure in reading the passage that we're going to go through. Now we'll look at the theories to simplify difficult comprehension questions. When you see difficult comprehension questions, how do you go about what approach do you use towards them so that you can understand what you're doing, so that you can get the right question? You understand? And there are these three theories that have been developed to help us solve difficult comprehension questions. Number one is what we call the chemistry theory. Number two is the psychoanalytic theory, and number three is the what? Cause and effect theory. Three of them: chemistry theory, psychoanalytic theory, and what? Cause and effect what? Theory. And in the course of our lectures, we dwell in detail on what? Chemistry theory, isn't it? We say that these other two theory have little deficiencies. So that's why we are using the word chemistry theory. That's why we are using the word chemistry theory. And what is chemistry theory? We say that the chemistry theory is analogous to the normal chemistry course that we do, you understand? Which is the study of what? Elements. Study of elements. Watching them, the way the elements behave. So in learning chemistry theory, we learn the elements of a passage. The what? Elements of a passage. And we say that the elements of a passage are what, and what? The subject matter. You understand? The subject matter is the main story. The main story that the passage is telling us about. Number two, the theme. The theme is the second element of a passage. What is theme? Theme is the what? The lesson, the passage is teaching us. And number three is what we call the lexical items, which are the words, the difficult words. Is that clear? The words that you see when you're reading a passage, you normally encounter some difficult words, is it not? Then number three is what we call the extra grammatical structure, extra grammatical items. Number three element of a passage is what? Extra grammatical what? Items, which are things like phrasal verbs, idiomatic expressions, and what? Figures of speech. Is that not what we said? Including proverbs. So we need to identify these things. When we identify them, it will throw more light on how to tackle comprehension passage. Is that clear? Yeah. So in the next class, we are going to learn in detail chemistry theory. Is that clear? Thank you. Yeah. So like I said before, Concord has many questions in JAMB, you understand? And that's why we're taking detailed look at it. We are taking what? Detailed look at it. We've been looking at it since last week. We are going to continue looking at it. Once we finish it, we'll start English afresh. Is that clear? For those new people, we'll revise everything again so that they will understand. English is important. It's for everybody in JAMB, isn't it? Whether you're doing sciences or arts, it's the same. So spend time in it. Make sure that by the time you start entering the hall, you will be sure of making at least 80 out of 100, at least. I expect my English students to make 90 and above, because in this class we give you everything you need to make 90 and above. So, rule number 9, parentheses in Concord. There are some words that when the statement comes, there is another statement in a parenthesis. You know what a parenthesis is? You know what a parenthesis is? Parenthesis simply means bracket. Bracket, that's what we call it. You understand? Or we can call it parenthesis. So such statements, when it is made, you not explain it inside the bracket. Exactly, you must have come across such statements, isn't it? What is inside the bracket is simply explaining what is outside the bracket, what has been written, is it not? So once such statement is made, what in rule of Concord is telling us that you don't consider the one that is inside the bracket. You understand? In determining the verb, In determining the verb, you just check the subject that came before the parenthesis. Is that clear? But in most cases, the parenthesis, they don't put bracket on it. So how would you know that this is a parenthetic statement if it does not have bracket? How do you know? So that's what we are going to illustrate. And that's why we say that parenthesis in Concord. Parenthetic statement is an additional statement to what has already been said before. Is that clear? What you already said, you want to add an additional statement to explain it. It may or may not come with a word bracket. That's what makes it confusing. Most times in JAMB or in most exams, they don't put brackets. Is that clear? But they want you to know that inside your head you should have it in mind that there should be a bracket. So it now says that the rule is that a parenthetic statement should not be considered in choosing the verb that will follow. Example: the salesman, not many of his representatives, dash here now. Is that clear? Now, where is the parenthesis? Who can tell me where the parenthesis is here? Who? Talk loud. Emmanuel, you're talking.
Not many of his.
Thank you. Not many of his representatives. There should be a parenthesis here. You understand? Because it's telling not about the salesman. Somebody that has a shop. This person is the salesman, the main man. Then the other people that work for him are the what? Representatives, is it not? So he's talking about the salesman. That's why he say not his what? Representative. Meaning that the main idea there is the what? The salesman. In parentheses, he's explaining to you that you must make sure that you are talking about the salesman and not the what? Representative. So this one should be in a bracket. Is that clear? And that is what should determine the verb. So now you say the salesman, is here now, or was here now, or are here now? If it is only salesman, what would be the verb? The salesman what? What?
Here.
Huh?
Is
Is
here.
here. You understand? The salesman is here now. But if you are using representatives, what would have been the answer here? Because this is plural. Is it not? You should have gone with a plural verb. Is it not? But it's telling us that we should ignore this one and use only this one. The salesman, so the answer becomes what? Is. Are you seeing the secret? That's how it comes out in JAMB. You will put everything. You say the salesman, not many of his representatives. You rush and say, since it's plural representative, you say are here now. You fail. But when you come out, you say, I don't know, I got everything right. Why did I fail? You understand? Because you failed because there are rules to Concord. And that's why we say we have lexics and we have what? We have lexics and we have what? Lexics are the words, all these words. Whereas structure is the relationship, how they come together. Is it not? Whenever you have a subject or a noun, what kind of verb comes? Is it a singular verb or a what? Plural verb. That's what you'll be learning since, is it not? The relationship between the subject and the complement, is it not? The relationship between the subject and the verb. Do you understand that? Now we have the second one. It says the principal, not his students, dash in the hall. Which one will be the answer? See the options here. Which one is the answer?
Is.
Which one? Why is it is? Medina, why is it is? No, I'm asking Medina.
Because they are using the principal.
Good. Because we are considering the principal and not his what? Student. And if we are considering the student, what would be the answer? So let's say now we have the students, not the principal. What would be here? Bookie, is that clear? If we have now the students, not the principal, that is to blame. What will be the verb? What will be the verb? The students, not the principal, that is to blame, and you have and is as your option. What will be the answer? very simple. It's the same thing as what we've been learning since. Oh, sorry. The principal, that's the student to blame. What would be the answer? Ah, very simple. Because you're talking about, you're using the word student and not this one. Is that clear? So that is the rule to that. Now we have indefinite pronoun concord. Indefinite pronoun. Whenever you talk about indefinite pronoun, you talk about words like what? Give me an example of indefinite pronoun. Everyone, no one, anyone, everybody, someone. You understand? The rule says that whenever you're using such words, such indefinite pronouns, that the verb that you must use must be what? Singular. Must be what? Singular. You know we did something like that earlier. You understand? So it says that indefinite pronoun concord when any of the following words is used. When any of the following words is used, you should use a singular word verb. So if you are using everyone, everything, anybody, everywhere, no one, all of them, make sure you use. Example is nothing goes. Can you say nothing go? Nothing go, is it right English? It's wrong. Everybody thinks. Everybody does what? Thinks. Is that clear? So that is it. So we're going to look at other rules, which I expect you to write along with me. You're going to keep looking at these rules because these rules are important. Like I said, you must see them. You must see them. So we look at accompaniment concord. That's number 11, isn't it? Accompaniment concord. When any of, as well as, no less than, together with, in association with, alongside, with, including, in collaboration with, like, as much as, etc. is found, comma, the subject of the clause would be the noun or pronoun that comes before. That comes before the marker of accompaniment. This can be shown in the following examples. Toyin, as well as her sisters. Now we have is or are. A, option A is, option B are. Which is the answer? Now we have the little boys alongside their father. That's here. That's number 2. The little boys alongside their father. That's here. What is the answer? A is, B are. So number 12, I'm going to write before I explain the two together. We have what we call relative concord. Relative concord. Relative concord. The rule for relative concord. When any of who, which, that, whose. When any of who, whose, that refers to a previously mentioned noun or pronoun, refers to a previously mentioned noun or pronoun, comma, it is a relative noun. So how is it used? One of the women who dash in the premises that's been asked to withdraw. Example 1. One of the women who dash in the premises that's been asked to withdraw. Dash been asked to withdraw. And the options are A, sells slash has. We have A, sells slash has. Then we have option B, sells slash has. Sells slash has. Then we have option C, sells slash have. Sells slash have. And we finally have option D, sell slash have. So which is the answer? The answer is B. So we look at accompaniment concord and relative concord. 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 Leave whatever you're writing and look at the board. Pay attention. Accompaniment concord. When any of the words, any of the following words, as well as, no less than, together with, in association with, alongside, with, including, in collaboration with, like, as much as, etc. is found, the subject of the clause would be the noun or pronoun that comes before the marker of the accompaniment. Example, if you have Toyin as well as her sisters, that's pretty. Will you say are pretty because you are seeing sisters? Or will you say is pretty? Now the rule says that whenever you have an accompaniment word like as well as, can you see as well as? The word you use is the word, that one that comes before that. So you consider Toyin in picking the verb. So what will be the verb? Is and not as. So whenever you see Toyin as well as, or Bola as well as his sisters, you consider Toyin is singular. So the verb has to be what? Singular. So is that clear? Is that clear? This is what comes out in JAMB all the time. That's why we are taking time one by one to do it. The little boys alongside their father, that's here. What will be the answer? Why is it Samir?
Because is boys.
Boys, plural. We are not considering their father. You know their father is singular. Their father would have been is. But we consider the pronoun or the noun that comes before the word accompaniment word. Is that clear?
Yes.
So the answer to this one is Now the next one says relative concord. When any of the following, whenever you see who, whose, that, whenever they refer to a previously mentioned noun or pronoun, it is a relative noun. So how do you use them? You see, one of the women who dash in the premises that's been asked to withdraw. So one of the women who, what will be the, one of the women who do what? Who sell. You understand? So you need to consider this one very carefully. One of the women who sell. You consider it's the women that sell. You understand? Do you understand? Women. So women now, is it plural or singular? Plural, huh? Women is plural. So you're supposed to use what? Sell for women. But the woman that they are talking about, is it how many has been asked to leave? How many? One, but so we have to use what? Has. You know, has is singular. What is the plural of has? What's the plural of has? Huh? Have. Have is for plural. You understand? Has is for singular. But sell is for what? Plural. Whereas sells is for what? You understand? So whenever you see who, you see there's who in this statement. That's why we consider this for this person. Whereas we consider this for the what? Woman. Is that clear? One of the women who sell. You know, it's the women that sell. So that's why we use sell here. You understand? In the premises has been. How many of them have been asked to withdraw? One. That clear? So get it down. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be learning about the chemistry theory, an approach to simplifying difficult comprehension passages. An approach to do what? Simplifying what? Difficult comprehension what? Passages. In our previous class, we learned about what comprehension is all about, and we said that comprehension simply means the ability to do what? Understand a passage that you've done what? Read. Your ability to understand it in order to interpret it by what? Answering the following what? Questions, isn't it? Then we went on to learn about the ways through which you can get a comprehension passage. We said there are two sources, isn't it? You have the original source, when you write from your experience or from what is happening. Original source. Then the second source is what we call what? Adaptation. When you write from what somebody has written before, isn't it? Or from a textbook, that is adaptation. And this adaptation could be what? Full or what? Partial. you copy some, then you talk about passion. If you take the full, you talk about what? Full. Then we looked at ways of reading comprehension. Ways of reading comprehension. We said the first one we talked about skimming. When you read very fast without paying attention to detail, we call it what? Skimming. Then when you read fast but at the same time paying attention to detail, we call it what? Scanning. Isn't it? Then we now went on to learn about the theories used in simplifying difficult comprehension passages, isn't it? And we say there are 3 theories. The chemistry theory, number 1, the psychoanalytic theory, number 2, and the what? Cause and effect theory. Today we are going to be learning about the first one, which is the what? Chemistry theory. Which is the what? Chemistry theory. As the name implies, chemistry theory uses the same principle as what? Chemistry. You know chemistry as a subject which studies what? Elements, the behaviors of elements. Isn't it? So in chemistry theory, we see comprehension passage as what? Chemistry. And we study the elements of the what? Comprehension passage. And we say that there are different elements of comprehension passage. The different elements in chemistry are things like what? Potassium, sodium, chlorine. Is it not? There are elements in chemistry. But in comprehension passage, under chemistry theory, we have the elements in comprehension passage to be what? The subject matter, theme, lexical items, and what? Extra grammatical items. Those are the elements of a comprehension passage. Is that clear? The elements of every comprehension passage that you see in JAMB or in any examination are what? Subject matter 1, theme 2, lexical items 3, and what? Extra grammatical structures. We say that subject matter is what? Is what the passage discusses or the story being told in the passage. The subject matter is the what? The story, the main idea, the subject matter, the story the passage discusses, the story the passage tells. That is the what? Subject matter. Then what is the theme of a passage? Any passage. The theme is what? The main lesson which the subject matter teaches. You understand? The lesson you learn from that passage. That's the theme. And we say that the lexical items are the words. When you are reading a passage, there are some words that are difficult. You understand? They could be registers, words from medical line. When do you hear diagnosis in medicine? What does it mean? What does diagnosis mean in medicine? It means test. Instead of saying go and do test, you say go and do what? Diagnosis. You want to diagnose the problem you are having. You understand? That is the lexical word. It is a register for medical people. When you say the appellant or affidavit, which people use such word? Affidavit. The defense suing, which people use such word? The judiciary, people in the law court. You understand? When you hear magistrate court, magistrate, all those things are registered. They are lexical items from that field. Is that clear? So you should be able to identify such when you are reading a passage. You should also be able to identify the difficult words in a passage. It will help you to answer such questions. Then another thing is what we call extra grammatical items. Things like idiomatic expressions, phrasal verbs, figures of speech, proverbs. They are used in passages, is it not? So you need to understand them. Once you're able to pick out these elements, it will help you to understand the passage very well so that you can now answer very well. And that leads us to what we call procedure for handling comprehension in examination. What are the procedures that you have to adopt in order for you to answer questions and get them correctly? Is that clear? Number 1 in the procedure is what we call read all the questions under the passage. Read questions. You understand? When you get to the comprehension passage, quickly read through the questions. Now, after having read the questions, read the passage for the first time, identifying the elements. And what would we say is the elements of a passage? We say the elements are what? Subject matter, theme, difficult words, extra grammatical items. So when you are reading that passage, make sure you are identifying these things. You understand? So having identified them, read the questions again. Is that clear? Having read the passage and identified all the elements, read the questions again. You see that when you read the question, you will be able to do what? Assemble the what? Answers. You will be able to do what? Assemble the answers. And we're going to practice this method using what? The 2006 JAMB English on our computers. That's what we're going to do now. So you're going to pick yourself 2-2-1 computer. Let's do this practice immediately so that we can go forward. Thank you. Yes. Pluralia tantoms. Pluralia tantoms. That's the next rule we are looking at in Concord. Pluralia tantoms are nouns that come in plural forms. You understand? They normally come in what? Plural forms. Some of these have final S. Some of them have S in the back to specify that it's plural. You understand? Whereas some do not and some don't. However, whenever any of the following appears, whenever they appear, it must be followed by a what? Singular verb. It must be followed by a what? Singular verb. Is that clear? Pluralia tantoms are those nouns that normally come in what? Plural forms. They may have S or may not. Is that clear? But whenever they come, they must be followed by a what? Singular what? Verb. Is that clear? Now we give an instance. School subjects. Physics. You understand? Physics. Can you say physic? That is at Jesus physic. Is it possible? It must always be physics, is it not? But physics is just one subject, is it not? Will it because you say it's physics now you say is? Physics is a good subject. Physics is an interesting subject. Is that clear? Physics is an interesting. You don't say physics are an interesting subject. Does it sound good? Economics are an interesting subject. Does it sound good? Say economics is an interesting subject. It must come with a singular verb. Is that clear? So whenever you have school subjects like physics, mathematics, economics, civics, statistics, all of them must come with a singular verb. Is it not? They must be followed. Or whenever you have things like disease, like mumps, you know what they call mumps? Mumps. It must be followed by a singular verb. Is that clear? Mumps is a very bad or itchy disease. It has to be is that clear? Now, whenever you have games like that, snake and ladder, skittles, ballads, ball, and doves, you understand? Games, what you must use is also singular. Is that clear? So you have these classes of words, school subjects, diseases, games, books and magazine titles. A Tale of Two Cities, The Children of Anans. So if you want to say The Children of Anans is an interesting book, will you say The Children of Anans are an interesting book? You're talking about a book title. So you're not considering that children. You understand? If you are to make a statement with children, it should be a plural verb. But you're not considering it. You are just considering it as a title of a title of a book. You're talking about that book. You understand? So you say The Children of Anans is an interesting book. Now, the following words also take singular verb. When you have news, the news is legitimate. The news is interesting. Is that clear? You don't say the news are. Despite the fact that it comes as plural, but it comes with a singular verb. Means series, as in the series of incidents makes me shudder. The means of transport. The means of transport hastens traveling. Now, very importantly, you have to note that there are some nouns that appear as plural and attract plural verb. Is that clear? This one will say that it appears as plural but attracts what? Singular verb. But now we are talking about the ones that appear as what? Plural and at the same time attracts what? Plural verb. Whenever you get such words as Middle Ages, annals, remains, manners, arms, particulars, holidays, they must come with a what? Plural verb. Is that clear? Example, you say her manners are good. You don't say her manners is good. Is that clear? Her manners are good. Dead body is referred to as what? Dead body is reversed as what? If you want to say his remains have been taken to the mortuary, what will you say? Is he have or has? Have. You understand? Because it's among the words that go with a. It's among the words that go with a plural verb. Is it not? It's among the words that go with what? A plural verb. We have others like surroundings, things, troops. Others are things like troops, surroundings, and things. All these ones go with plural verb. Is that clear? Yes. Now we look at uncountable nouns and countable nouns. There are some nouns that you can count, isn't it? How many boys are in this class? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 boys. You understand? So it's countable. You can count the boys. You can count the girls. So you can either say boy or boys, is it not? Because you can count. But there are some words that you cannot count. Can you count water? Can you count water? Can you count information? You cannot count things like that. So countable nouns are nouns that can be quantified in units and numbers. E.g. boys, you can always count the number of boys. Tables, you can count the number of tables, isn't it? Uncountable nouns, also known as mass count or non-count, are nouns that cannot be what? Quantified in numbers. E.g. is water, information, mankind, behavior. Can you count behavior? Progress, training, happiness, intelligence, jealousy, joy. You cannot count all these things. All uncountables we avoid S. You don't put S behind them. Is that clear? So in any English language that you see, in any Concord question, then you see behind intelligent that they put intelligences. Can that be the option? Because there's nothing like that. There's nothing like jealousies, mankind's, behaviors. Is that clear? So you try and avoid them, except in special cases. Now, they can use pieces. You understand? If you want to like say the number they are in, they have them. You can use pieces. You can say 10 pieces of equipment. Is that clear? 10 pieces of equipment. So use pieces. Like 5 pieces of information, 10 pieces of equipment. But not equipments. Is that clear? Now, they normally attract their verb based on the pieces or the piece at the back. You understand? But mostly they attract plural verb. Now, other words that attract plural verb are headquarters, police, aircraft, clergy, cattle. Is that clear? All these other words must come with a plural verb. Like if you say the clergy remain respected in Nigeria, you cannot say the clergy remains. Is that clear? It must be the clergy remain. The next one we have is what we call coordinate concord. Coordinate concord. And this is when two subjects are joined together by and. The verb to be used should be a what? Plural verb. Should be a plural verb. As in, Ade and Olu are here. Jack and Jill know Jane. Is that clear? Will we stop here? Will we stop here or will we continue? We'll actually finish this in the next class. We'll finish Concord Yes. So we'll continue from where we stopped. Every plus plural number concord. Where was it that we stopped the last time? Plural number concord, isn't it? So today we are going to look at every plural concord. And what does this rule say? It says that when every precedes a plural, the next verb is plural. Whenever every precedes a plural, the next verb is what? Plural. Example, when you say every 5 gallons of paint bought, the verb should be what? Carry, which is a plural verb. What's the singular form of carry? Carries is the singular form. So because we are using every, and it is, we are using what kind of, is it plural or singular? What is it? Is it singular or plural?
No.
Plural. Every 5 gallons of paint bought carry a bonus of an extra word gallon. That means whenever you buy 5 gallons, they will give you an extra 1 gallon, isn't it? Now we have, but remember, when every appears without any plural number, the verb is what? Singular. So this rule applies anytime you have every and you have what? Plural. What if you have every and singular? The verb should be what? The verb should be what? Singular. Example is in every man. Every man. You know, man is it singular or plural?
Singular.
Every man likes women. Likes, is it singular or plural? No? Likes, is it singular or plural?
Singular.
Singular. I told you that before now that any verb that you have x in front is what? Singular. But when there is no x, it is what? Plural. Is that clear? It's not the same. Verbs are not the same as what? They are not the same as what? Noun. They are not the same as what? Noun. The noun that has s behind it is a what? Is a plural noun, isn't it? Any noun that has s is a plural noun. But a noun that does not have x is a what? Singular noun. But it is the opposite for verbs. Is that clear? Good. So that's why when you have, this is a singular noun, man, isn't it? Which is collective name for every man, isn't it? Then this is also a singular verb. Is that clear? Likes is a singular verb. Very, very important. You should know that. That's the essence of Concord we are learning, isn't it? That's the essence of the Concord. Now it says that when, however, what? And joins 2 or more subjects with every or each, the verb should be what? Singular. Example, every student and teacher comes to the school. Comes, is it singular or plural?
Singular.
Singular, because it's a verb, but it has what? S. Is that clear? So whenever you're using and, did you use and in this statement? This is the and, isn't it? So whenever it's joining 2 subjects, the 2 subjects are what? Student and what? Teacher. So you have every student and teacher comes to school every early, isn't it? Every man and woman speaks. Is it singular or plural? Speaks very well. Now we have the next rule known as categorization concord. And it simply states that when a collective name denoting category, not collective noun, is used, the verb to be used should be a word plural. Such categories include the gifted. You know people they call gifted? People that are exceptionally intelligent, isn't it? People that have skills. The gifted, the successful, the rich people, isn't it? The poor means poor people, isn't it? The handicapped means handicapped people, isn't it? The weak means weak people, people that are weak. The wealthy means people that have money, isn't it? The young in spirit, etc. So whenever you use this, the preceding verb should be what? Plural. Should be what? Plural. Example is The poor means the poor people. So you say the handicapped means the handicapped people. The young are disobedient. So when you say the young are disobedient, what do you want to say? The young people. Is it not? The young people are disobedient. So you cannot say because you see it's young, no S, you say the young is disobedient. You have to say the young are disobedient, because actually it should have been the young people are disobedient, isn't it? If you say the wealthy are arrogant, do you say the wealthy is arrogant? The wealthy are arrogant, because what you actually mean is what? The wealthy what?
People.
The wealthy people are arrogant. Now you have the helpless are left to their fate. The helpless are left to their fate. What does it mean? The helpless people are what? Left to their fate. Exactly. Exactly. So whenever you have category of people, this thing simply means category. Gifted. There are category of people that are, there are some people that are categorized as gifted, isn't it? There's one school here they call gifted, isn't it? What kind of people go there? Intelligent people, people that score very high in what's it called? Is it common entrance or what? Common entrance. You have to score very high for you to go there. It's a special school that Nigeria built for special people. They call it gifted people. Students that can score 9 A's at once, they know send. And it's few in every place. It could be only one in Bokola there, isn't it? You go to, but if you schools like government, they plenty now, is it not? Plenty like that. But gifted is for special people. If you go to Kano, you might see only one gifted there. Or each state they have. Exactly. Some people call it special science school. Some people they have their names for special schools for special people. Gifted. So category of people. Gifted. The successful means everybody that is succeeding in the business, isn't it?
Yes.
Successful. It simply means gifted people, successful people. So the verb that should come should always be what? Plural, because it's talking about people. Are we together on that? It's talking about people, so it should always be plural. I can clean up, huh? So we almost rounded up Concord. I told us that Concord is very important and we are going to practicalize it today after this class. We're going to look at a lot of things in Concord from our test trailer. Now we look at rule number what? 21, isn't it? Rule number 21, very important. Rule number 21. All, the all Concord. So please write along. All Concord. When all appears, it means either everything or all the people. When all appears, comma, it means either everything or all the people. So it could mean any of these two. When all means everything, the next verb should be singular. When all means everything, the next verb should be singular. That's what the rule says. But when all means all the people, the next verb should be plural. But when all means all the people, the next verb should be plural. That's what the rule says. Example is seen in all is well with me. So example, when you say all is well with me. All is well with me simply means that everything is well with me. When you say all are already seated in the hall, all are already seated in the hall. When, however, all but is used, the following verb when, however, all but is used, comma, the following verb should be plural. Should be plural. Examples are seen in the following. All but Ade are in the hall. E.g. all but Ade are in the hall. All but Ade are in the hall. Then Concord rule 22. Either, neither, concord. The either or neither concord. That's the next concord. Either, neither, concord. When either or neither joins two singular nouns together, the verb to be used is singular. When either or neither joins two singular subjects or nouns, two singular nouns together, comma, the verb to be used is singular. The verb to be used is singular. Example, either Olu or Ola knows me or is here. E.g., either or neither. Either Olu or Ola knows me. I can say either Olu or Ola is here. Neither my wife nor her mother or her brother hears anything. Neither my wife or her, neither, no. Whenever you use neither, you use no, not or. Nor her brother hears anything. That means two of them are they deaf? But when neither or either joins two subjects or singular and other plural, the verb should be chosen by considering the nearer of the two subjects, either Allah or the teachers know me. So I have an exception. We have when either or neither joins two subjects in which one is singular and the other is plural. The verb to be used is taken by considering the nearest subject, e.g. Ola, either Ola or the teachers know me. Either Ola or the teachers know me. So stop right here and look up. Look up briefly, we'll continue later. All Concord. When all appears, it means either everything or all the people. Is that clear? This word all can either mean everything or what? All the people. Is that clear? All have sinned and gone short of the glory of God. What does all mean there? Everything, that's wrong. All have sinned and gone short of the glory of God in the Bible. What does it mean? All have sinned. It means all the people. It doesn't mean everything. It doesn't mean animal. Does God consider the sin of animal? So why are you saying everything? All have sinned and gone short of the glory of God simply means what? All the people have what? Sinned. You understand? But this word all could mean what? Everything or what? All the people. It can mean any of the two. Is that clear? So the rule of all Concord is telling us that when all means everything, that's this one, isn't it? The next verb should be what? Singular. But when all means what? All the people, the next verb should be what? Plural. Example: all is well with me. All is well with me. What does all stand for in that sentence? Everything is well with me. All is well with me. It doesn't mean all the people are well with me. You know that? All is well with me means that everything is well with me. I have joy. I'm relaxed. I have enough money to take care of me. There's no problem. All is well with me. Then here we have all are already seated in the hall. What does this all stand for here? All the people are already seated in the hall. You cannot say all are already seated in the hall to mean everything. Like TV is seated. Is TV seated in the hall? It's individuals that have gone into the hall, isn't it? Maybe they want to write exam. Isn't it? So when, however, all but is used, the following verb should be what? Plural. Whenever you use all but. Example is when you say, all but are in the hall. What does this statement mean? All but are in the hall. It's saying that every other person, all the people are in the hall except two. So that's why you have are, isn't it? It's talking about other people. Now, either, neither, concord. Whenever you use either or neither. When either or neither joins two singular nouns together, the verb to be used should be what? Should be what? Example: either Olu or Ola knows me. Knows, is it singular or plural? Singular. I told you that any verb with S is what? Singular, isn't it? So either Olu or, because whenever you're using either, it means either this person or this person, isn't it? Yes. So it has to be singular. Neither my wife nor her brother hears anything. Maybe they are deaf. Neither my wife nor. Whenever you're using neither, the next thing should be what? No. But if you're using either, the other one should be what? When either or neither joins two subjects, you know here it joins two subjects, but those two are singular, isn't it? They join two singular subjects or noun. But now, what if it's joining one singular and one plural? The verb to be used is taken by considering the nearest word subject. Example, either Ola or the teachers. Ola is singular, isn't it? Teachers is what? Plural. So you have to use the one that is closest now is this plural. So you have to use a plural verb. Is that clear? And the plural verb there is what? No. Is the rule clear? So write it down. Write it down, study it. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be learning comprehension. We are going to be learning what? Comprehension. Comprehension is a very important aspect of English language in JAMB examination. You are always going to write what? Questions from where? Comprehension. Is that clear? You are always going to write questions on comprehension. Every JAMB question. So you have to pay very good attention. So what is comprehension? Comprehension is the ability to understand something. You understand? The ability to do what? Understand. That word comprehend means to do what? Understand. Comprehend. Can you comprehend what I'm saying? You understand? Comprehension simply means understanding. So when you are giving a comprehension passage in JAMB, what are they expecting you to do? They are expecting you to read and do what? Understand. Read and do what? Understand. So that you can be able to answer the what? Following questions. Is that not clear? That is what comprehension passages are expected to be for you to do in JAMB exam. So comprehension is the what? Ability to understand something. It is the understanding and interpretation of what is read. The understanding and what? Interpretation of what is read. You've already read it, isn't it? Now you need to do what? Understand and do what? Interpret. You understand? When you are answering the question, it is expected that you already understood the questions. Then you are able to interpret. Sources of comprehension passages. Where can we get some comprehension passages? Where and where can we get comprehension passages? We have two types of sources. You understand? Then we have what we call original and what? Adaptation. Original and what? Adaptation. Whenever a comprehension passage is written by the examiner based on an event that has taken place or an event that he has witnessed, you understand? Or when he's talking about religion, he's talking about something, an economic situation. Maybe he's talking about the falling rate of Nigerian naira to the dollar. You know that it is something that is happening and somebody is writing about it. We say that that source is what? Original, because you're writing from your head, from your experience, from what you're understanding. Is that clear? Such source is what? Original. When comprehension passage is specifically written by a good user of what? English language, somebody that knows English for the purpose of what? Examination. It could be about his experience, an event, a situation which could be economic or political situation of the country. You understand? Somebody could be writing about the recent election or about Muhammad Buhari's dispensation. You understand? You're writing from your head. How you understand it? It is what? Original. Is that clear? His ideas are not what? Restricted. He can write about different things. But when the comprehension is about what has been written in a novel or in another person's book or in a textbook, when you go and lift something, when you go and call from another book or another material or article that has been written by another person, then you say that such source is what? Adaptation. That such source is what? Adaptation. Is that clear? And this adaptation could be what? Partial or what? Complete. It could be a partial adaptation or complete adaptation. When you write the whole of somebody's article and put it in an examination passage of comprehension, you're doing what? Complete adaptation. But when you go to a novel or you go to an article written by somebody and you just cut half of it or some part of it, then you're doing what we call what? Partial adaptation. Is that clear? Is that clear? Now we look at how to read a comprehension. How can you read a comprehension? Do you go and read comprehension the way you're reading your notebook slowly and order? Is that the way you read comprehension? for you to maximize your time in JAMB Hall, how do you read to maximize your time? Number one, you can use a method known as what? Skimming. Known as what? Skimming. What is skimming? Skimming is quickly looking for the main ideas of a word passage. And I gave you an example the last time that skimming is when you get a newspaper. You know what newspaper is?
Yes, sir.
You just go through it. You're looking for the main thing you want to read. You understand? You just look through. You're skimming through the what? Newspaper. Is that clear? You can just skim through. Like now, you see a heading written Nigeria versus Brazil, friendly match. You understand? When you skim through that passage, what will you be looking at? You will be looking at the date for the match, isn't it? The date Nigeria will be playing what? Brazil. You will not go and read in details. You just go to, hey, let me just get the date. Hey, this is an interesting match. Let me know the date. You understand? You go for the main idea. The main point, the date, when is the match taking place? That's what you go to. You understand? And if you're staying in cities like Abuja and Port Harcourt, you also be going for the venue, isn't it? Because you know it's likely that they will play the match in Abuja, Port Harcourt, or Kano. You understand? But if you're staying in a place like Ekiti, you might not bother about the venue because you will know that definitely you watch it on the telly, isn't it? So you skim for the main ideas. Skimming is quickly looking for the main ideas of a passage. The reader gets a general but not detailed feel of the passage. You understand? When you skim, you don't get the detailed. You get the general. Example is skimming through a newspaper. Another way of reading is scanning. Scanning is reading fast at the same time, getting full meaning of the word passage. You understand? Scanning is slower than skimming because here you try to get a little bit detailed feel of what you want. This is more detailed. It is more detailed than what? Skimming. And we're going to use this procedure in reading the passage that we're going to go through. Now we'll look at the theories to simplify difficult comprehension questions. When you see difficult comprehension questions, how do you go about what approach do you use towards them so that you can understand what you're doing, so that you can get the right question? You understand? And there are these three theories that have been developed to help us solve difficult comprehension questions. Number one is what we call the chemistry theory. Number two is the psychoanalytic theory, and number three is the what? Cause and effect theory. Three of them: chemistry theory, psychoanalytic theory, and what? Cause and effect what? Theory. And in the course of our lectures, we dwelled in detail on what? Chemistry theory, isn't it? We say that these other two theories have little deficiencies. So that's why we are using the word chemistry theory. That's why we are using the word chemistry theory. And what is chemistry theory? We say that the chemistry theory is analogous to the normal chemistry course that we do, you understand? Which is the study of what? Elements. Study of elements. Watching them, the way the elements behave. So in learning chemistry theory, we learn the elements of a passage. The what? Elements of a passage. And we say that the elements of the passage are what, and what? The subject matter. You understand? The subject matter is the main story that the passage is telling us about. Number two, the theme. The theme is the second element of a passage. What is theme? Theme is the what? The lesson, the passage is teaching us. And number three is what we call the lexical items, which are the words, the difficult words. Is that clear? The words that you see when you're reading a passage, you normally encounter some difficult words, is it not? Then number three is what we call the extra grammatical structure, extra grammatical items. Number three element of a passage is what? Extra grammatical what? Items, which are things like phrasal verbs, idiomatic expressions, and what? Figures of speech. Is that not what we said? Including proverbs. So we need to identify these things. When we identify them, it will throw more light on how to tackle comprehension passage. Is that clear? Yeah. So in the next class, we are going to learn in details chemistry theory. Is that clear? Thank you. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be learning about the chemistry theory, an approach to simplifying difficult comprehension passages. An approach to do what? Simplifying what? Difficult comprehension what? Passages. In our previous class, we learned about what comprehension is all about, and we say that comprehension simply means the ability to do what? Understand a passage that you've read. your ability to understand it in order to interpret it by what? Answering the following what? Questions, isn't it? Then went on to learn about the ways through which you can get a comprehension passage. We say there are two sources, isn't it? You have the original source, when you write from your experience or from what is happening. Original source. Then the second source is what we call what? Adaptation. When you write from what somebody has written before, isn't it? Or from a textbook, that is adaptation. And this adaptation could be what? Full or what? Partial. If you copy some, then you talk about partial. If you take the full, talk about what? Full. Then we looked at ways of reading comprehension. Ways of reading comprehension. We said the first one, we talked about skimming. When you read very fast without paying attention to detail, we call it what? Skimming. Then when you read fast but at the same time paying attention to detail, we call it what? Scanning, isn't it? Then we now went on to learn about the theories used in simplifying difficult comprehension passages, isn't it? And we say there are three theories. The chemistry theory, number one, the psychoanalytic theory, number two, and the what? Cause and effect theory. Today we are going to be learning about the first one, which is the what? Chemistry theory, which is the what? Chemistry theory. As the name implies, chemistry theory uses the same principle as what? Chemistry. You know chemistry as a subject, which studies what? Elements, the behaviors of elements, isn't it? So in chemistry theory, we see comprehension passage as what? Chemistry. And we study the elements of the what? Comprehension passage. And we say that there are different elements of comprehension passage. The different elements in chemistry are things like what? Potassium, sodium, chlorine, is it not? There are elements in chemistry. But in comprehension passage, under chemistry theory, we have the elements in comprehension passage to be what? The subject matter, theme, lexical items, and what? Extra grammatical items. Those are the elements of a comprehension passage. Is that clear? The elements of every comprehension passage that you see in JAMB or in any examination are what? Subject matter 1, theme 2, lexical items 3, and what? Extra grammatical structure. We say that subject matter is what? Is what the passage discusses or the story being told in the passage. The subject matter is the what? The story, the main idea. The subject matter, the story, the passage discusses. The story the passage tells. That is the what? Subject matter. Then what is the theme of a passage? Any passage. The theme is what? The main lesson which the subject matter teaches. You understand? The lesson you learn from that passage. That's the theme. And we say that the lexical items are the words. When you are reading a passage, there are some words that are difficult. You understand? They could be registers, words from medical line. When do you hear diagnosis in medicine? What does it mean? What does diagnosis mean in medicine? It means test. Instead of saying go and do test, you say go and do what? Diagnosis. You want to diagnose the problem you are having. You understand? That is the lexical word. It is a register for medical people. When you say the appellant or affidavit, which people use such word? Affidavit. The defense, suing, which people use such word? The judiciary, people in the law court. You understand? When you hear magistrate court, magistrate, all those things are registered. They are lexical items from that field. Is that clear? So you should be able to identify such when you are reading a passage. You should also be able to identify the difficult words in a passage. It will help you to answer such questions. Then another thing is what we call extra grammatical items. Things like idiomatic expressions, phrasal verbs, figures of speech, proverbs. They are used in passages, is it not? So you need to understand them. Once you're able to pick up these elements, it will help you to understand the passage very well so that you can now answer very well. And that leads us to what we call procedure for handling comprehension in examination. What are the procedures that you have to adopt in order for you to answer questions and get them correctly? Is that clear? Number one in the procedure is what we call read all the questions under the passage. Read questions. You understand? When you get to the comprehension passage, quickly read through the questions. Now, after having read the questions, read the passage for the first time, identifying the elements And what would we say is the elements of a passage? We say the elements are what? Subject matter, theme, difficult words, extra grammatical word, items. So when you are reading that passage, make sure you are identifying these things. You understand? So having identified them, read the questions again. Is that clear? Having read the passage and identified all the elements, read the questions again. You see that when you read the question, you will be able to do what? Assemble the what? Answers. You will be able to do what? Assemble the answers. And we're going to practice this method using what? The 2006 JAMB English on our computers. That's what we're going to do now. So you're going to pick yourself 2-2-1 computer. Let's do this practice immediately so that we can go forward. Thank you. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be starting our lectures in oral English. Oral English. Oral English. Whenever you talk about oral English, or when we talk about oral English, it simply means spoken English. We simply mean what? Spoken English. The English that you speak with your mouth. It has to do with the way you pronounce the words. The way you do what? Pronounce the words in English language. It's not about the way you write it, but the way you place more importance on the way you do what? You pronounce the English words. Is that clear? I want you to be able to make the right pronunciation. Now, when we talk about oral English, we talk about spoken rather than what? Written English. We place more emphasis on what? The spoken English rather than the written English. It is verbal, it has to do with the movement of your mouth, what comes out of your mouth. It has to do with pronunciation of words. Oral English has to do with what? Pronunciation of words. And we have two basic sounds in English language. We have what? Two basic sounds in English language. Two basic sounds. What are those two sounds we have in English language, class? What are the two of them? Vowels and what? Consonants. They are the two basic speech sounds in English language. Vowels and what? Consonants. Vowels and consonants. Vowels and consonants. Now we're going to start with vowels. The vowel speech sound. We have 20 vowel sounds in English. 12 of them are pure vowels, whereas 8 of them are what? Impure vowels. Is that clear? 12 of them are pure. You can also call them what? Monotones. You can call them what? Monotones or pure vowel sound. You can also call these 8 that are impure, you can call them diphthongs. Is that clear? In writing, these ones always have one letter, whereas the impure sounds always have 2. Is that clear? Now we come to the vowel sounds. We have vowel number 1, the long E, the long what? E sound, the long E sound, the long E sound. How do you notice a long vowel speech sound? Whenever you have these 2 dots in front. Is that clear? Is that clear? You can also have who or what? Who, isn't it? This one is what? This one is what? This one is long, whereas this one is what? Short. So how do you know when it's long or short? Whenever you have these 2 dots in front. Exactly. So that's what we have here. Now you see this is E sound, and this is what? E, isn't it? This is E, and this is what? E. Exactly. This is the E sound. This is the long E sound. This is what? E. And how? Where are the? In which words can we see such sounds? For the long E, we can see words like what? Bead, seal, seed, seat, hill, eagle, field, beef, lead. Is that clear? How do you know such words where you have the long E sound? How do you know them? You know them whenever you see double E in a word, as you see here, or whenever you see EA in a word. Is that clear? If you look at all these words, you see that most of them either have double E or EA. Double E, EA, 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 IE. This is another place where you see it. EA, double EA. Is that clear? In any word where you see double E or EA or IE, know that this sound is always pronounced as a long E. Is that clear? Is that clear? Now we'll come to the second vowel sound, which is vowel number 2, which is the I sound, the short I. And you can always see it whenever you have the letter I. Is that clear? Whenever you have the letter I, and in some cases it could be confusing. Is that clear? But principally you see it whenever you have I. Example is in B, you're bidding for a contract. B, you're bidding for a what? Contract. That's the word, isn't it? B, kids, children's kids, eat, sit, eat, sheep. You see that most of them have short E sound, isn't it? Why? Because they have the letter I. Why? Because they have the letter what? I. And even we see the letter EA or EE or IE, then we will now regard it to be the long E sound. Is that clear? But for this we have what? All this. Now in some cases, like I told you, it could be confusing. Like in words like wanty, this is pronounced as wanty. Here is the short E sound. Women, 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 we. This is E. You see it's O, but it's pronounced as what? E, short E. Women, sit, market, market, market. This is E sound and not air sound. Not air sound. Is that clear? Now we'll come to vowel number 3. Vowel number 3. Vowel number 3, the air sound. The air sound. Vowel number 3 is the what? Air sound. Represented by the alphabet letter what? E. Alphabet letter what? E. But the speech sound is what? The speech sound is what? And it could be seen in words like what? Bed, egg, jet, leg, embrace, extra, get, So whenever you want to see some... Yes, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at oral transcription. We're going to be looking at what? Oral transcription. In oral transcription, we'll do what we call, we'll write out the oral form of each word. Is that clear? When you bring out the word, you put it in oral form. That is representing the consonants and the word vowels with their symbols. Is that clear? Representing the consonants and the word vowels with their what? Symbols. Oral transcription means writing a word using the vowel and consonant word letters. You understand? Instead of using the normal English alphabet, this is normal English alphabet, isn't it? Yes. This comb, using the normal English alphabet of C-O-M-B. Is that clear? You are now representing it with the speech sound, with the phonetic transcription, the oral transcription. Because we know that in English, the letter C in front of comb is represented by the consonant sound what? Isn't it? Consonant sound. Is that clear? And this O is represented with these two vowel sounds. The very short R and the U. Isn't it? The very short word R and word U. Making it to have the sound word comb, comb. In pronouncing comb in normal oral English, we find out that the B is silent. We find out that the B is what? Silent. And that's why for you to pronounce this, we here in Africa want to pronounce it just like the way they pronounce it in the United States of America or in the UK. Is that clear? We're going to call this what? Comb. Instead of saying comb. Is that clear? Instead of saying comb, say this is what? Comb. Just like when you want to say Boko Haram flew in and bombed. What's the name of that place? Chibok or any other place? Bomb. It's not bomb, isn't it? Bomb. You find out that the B, the last B is also silent. Is that clear? So this is comb and not comb. Is that clear? Comb. So in place of C, this C is having the consonant sound what? Comb. Now we have this one, Christian. We have it what? Christian. This is C. But we know that the consonant sound like this C sounds as what? And that's why we have Christian to be what? Christian. The E sound here is the short E, is it not? The short E. As against the long E that would have had double dot in front, isn't it? Is that clear? Now we have but. But. This is the very short R sound too. As we can also see in job, isn't it? Job, like job, if you're working your job. It has similar vowel sound, isn't it? So this is the oral transcription of this. This is writing it in normal terms, in normal English words, in normal English letters, isn't it? Using the normal alphabet. but this is using the what? The oral symbols, the vowels and consonant what? Symbols. Is that clear? So B has the sound B too, but this has this the oral representation, isn't it? And T has T. Then this is B's. This is the oral transcription. The E sound here is the long or short E. Which one? The long E sound. Choral. This is choral. This one is the very short, almost silent R sound, isn't it? And this is the normal L. No. In no, the KN is pronounced as the N. Is pronounced for the N sound, isn't it? No. Then we have what? Pressure. This is the sh sound, isn't it? Pressure. This is this almost silent word. It's very small. You can't hear the sound very well. This is what? Keys. You may have to make the mistake of calling it keys, using sound here instead of exactly. So now you know keys. The ending SDX pronounced as. Now we have what? Told. You see, one thing consistent with some of these words I wrote here today. Are you noticing it? Can you notice this? Yeah? The very short, almost silent isn't it? Silent, you know, like when you say doctor. Doc what? Doctor. You understand? So this sound. Exactly. So you have to come with your dictionary, always check up the oral transcription of all the words. Then we have the word dog too. This similar sound, isn't it? Are we clear on this? So next time you are going to be the person that will be doing the oral transcription for me from the next class. Hopefully you come with your dictionary. You understand? Because once you are learning this, like I told you, when you get your dictionary, after the word, let's say something like France, they want to explain what France is in dictionary, you understand? If you look at the next line, they will put the oral transcription of France inside, isn't it? They will now write the meaning of France. That's how it is written in Oxford dictionaries, exactly. And if they write another word like advice or advice, you understand? They will also put the oral transcription in the brackets, isn't it? They will explain what advice is and possibly give you synonyms of advice, other words that you can use in place of advice, isn't it? And that's why dictionary is very, very important for this class. Exactly. So make sure when you're coming for the next class, you come with your dictionary so that we can look up there. Thank you very much. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be learning consonant sounds. We are going to be learning what? Consonant sounds. We said that there are two sounds in oral English, isn't it? Two sounds. And those are consonants and what? Vowels. Consonants and what? Vowels. In the previous lectures, we looked at the vowel sounds. Today we are going to be looking at the what? Consonants. There are 24 consonant sounds in number in total. Exactly. 24 of them. Here we already have 17, isn't it? 24, 7, if you take out 17 from 24, we'll be having how many left? 7. 17, 3, yeah, 7. So we have 7 consonants here. So what are the consonants? Number one, we have the P sound. We have the word B sound. We have the word B sound. That's the first consonant. Now you can see B sound in words like being, play, pen, pink, power, happy. So where do we have B sound? B sound in pink. Under the B, isn't it? In power under B, and in happy under what? The B. The second vowel sound we have is the word B. The word B, as in which words? Ball, bat, bed, bird. Hope we know the difference between these two. In the initial, we took vowel sound. This is the S sound, isn't it? Isn't it? This is the S sound. Whereas this one is So this is bed, and this is what? Bird. This is what? Bed. The one using lying down, isn't it? And this is what? Bird. Bird that does what? One that. Then this is what? Box. Boy. Believe. Now we look at the letter T as in what? Take. Two. Tree. Teeth. Is it not? Teeth. Tell. Time. T we normally confuse it with what? This is sound. Put your tongue in between your teeth and allow air to come out. This is why you put your tongue in between your teeth, but you don't allow air to come out. This is isn't it? This is what? And that's why we got this teeth, isn't it? T for this one. Isn't it? Teeth, tell, time. Then the fourth one is the as in what? Mad, dad, dog, yeah, middle, load. We make mistake when we want to do this and this one. We say this is is this one this is mad. And you cannot say that this one is dead or dead. This is what? Then. Is that clear? Father. Is that clear? These. Though. Mother. More what? The. No mother. It's no mother. Mother. If you want to put that, it should be this one, isn't it? As in mother when you kill somebody, isn't it? Mother. But this one is pronounced as what? Mother. Is that clear? So that is the. Then the fifth one is K, as in kill, take, key, cat. You see that some C also carry this K, isn't it? Some C carry this K sound, the K sound, K sound, kill, take, key, and what? Cat or cut. The C for cut is also K, isn't it? Now we look at G or G. It's not G, it's represented with the letter G, but the actual consonant sound is what? As in girl, goat, gold, dog, glass, ugly. Z as in Z, zeal, blaze, zero, zero, zoo. The F sound of sound, father, very, full, soft, store, fetch, feel, further, is it? Further, feather, physics. You understand? So this F sound can come in which combination of letters? PH or what? F. PH or what? F. Now we look at as in what? Van, very, drive, of, vine, and what? View. We look at the sound S, the sound. Is that clear? The sound as in what? Sad, seat, dress, house, story. Then we look at the sound. Look at the sound what? Mostly when you have double S, isn't it? As in pressure, pleasure, measure, prestige, leisure, vision, treasure, seizure. Then we look at the sound. The sound what? The one that air comes out, isn't it? As in what? Think, thin, athlete, think, death, earth, three, thoughts, teeth, faith. Is it? Then we look at the word. Look at the word what? It's not deep. As in what? The, then, father, this, though, mother. Then we look at the word head, as in how, who, hand, ham, house. Then we look at tears as in chair, chair, church, sheep. Then DS as in what? Joy. This is joy, John, village. And R as in rat, rain, right. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at emphatic stress. We are going to be looking at what? Emphatic stress. Emphatic stress. Stress by emphasis. Stress by what? Emphasis. So in JAMB examination, you see questions like this. This is the question. Ben's wife is always charming. Ben's wife is always what? Charming. And you have these options. Number one, is John's wife always charming? Is Ben's sister always charming? Is Ben's wife always quarrelsome? Is Ben's wife rarely charming? They want you to pick the right answer. So how do you know an emphatic stress question when you see them? You see, one is always indicated as a stressed word. One of the words in the sentence is always indicated as the word stressed word. And how do they do this indication? By either writing it in capital letter, isn't it? Or maybe underlining or writing it in what? Italics, isn't it? So when you now look at the main question, you check the one that is written in capital letter or the one that is what? Stressed. Exactly. Then you check the options. Whenever you see the one that is stressed, changed, you know that is the answer. So we look at this, we see Ben's wife is always charming. Which of these words is stressed? Which of them? Ben, isn't it? Ben. So in the options, where is Ben changed? You can see that we have what? Ben being changed. Ben here is John here. So this is where it is changed, isn't it? It's still the same here, Ben. So the answer is what? A. Exactly. What if in the question we have something like this? Ben's wife is always charming. So which is the stress word in this sentence? Charming, isn't it? So what will be the answer? Where is charming changed? What? C, isn't it? Because charming is changed to what? Quarrelsome. It's still charming here, it's still charming here, but it's still also still charming here, but here it is what? Quarrelsome. And that's why we say here the student ticks the sentence with the word stress word change. So you have to check all the statements. You see where the stress word is changed. Anywhere you see the stress word change, that is the word answer. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes, we are going to look at phrases, clauses, and sentences. We are going to look at what? Phrases, clauses, and sentences. Or phrase, clause, and what? Sentence. These three are very similar. They are very what? One makes a complete sense. You understand? One is very short, and one does not make a complete sense. Is that clear? The phrase does not make a complete sense. Clause makes sense, but it's short. Sentence makes a complete sense and it's not short. It's just normal. Is that clear? So a phrase is a group of words. Group of what? Once you bring some words together, but they don't make sense, it's a phrase. You understand? A phrase is a group of words that does not contain a subject nor a what? Predicate. It does not have a finite what? Verb, and cannot make a complete what? Sense. You understand? Why is it that phrases don't make complete sense? Because they don't have finite what? Verb. They don't have what? They don't have finite verb. It forms part of a sentence. They can be used as part of a sentence. You understand? But on their own, they don't make complete sense. But when they are used as part of sentence, then you understand their meaning. Exactly. So example is when you say demand. You understand? Example is when you say what? Example is when you say what? Demand. You understand? Demand. When you say demand, everybody, it doesn't make a complete sense. But at least you can feel something about it. You understand? But it doesn't make a complete demand. Is my uncle. When you say it's my uncle, you understand? You're saying something, but it's not yet complete. You understand? When you say in the room, you understand? Everybody knows you are talking about the room, but does it make a complete sense? No. Who sleeps? You're saying something, but it doesn't make a complete sense. But when you now say the man who sleeps in the room is my uncle, that is a complete sentence, you understand? And it's making sense. But this phrase is the man is my uncle in the room who sleeps. All these things are phrases. They don't make complete sense, you understand? Because they don't have what? They don't have finite verb. Now we'll talk about a clause. A clause is a group of words that forms a what? Sentence. It can therefore be regarded as a what? Sentence, because it has a subject and a what? Predicate. It contains a what? Final verb. You see, very, very important, final verb. Once something has a final verb, it can be making sense. Example, I regretted my action. What's the final verb here? Regretted. That's why it's making sense. It's a complete sentence. When you say I regretted my action, everybody understands it. This is the boy. You understand? That's a complete sentence. They met him. This is the boy. They met him. Where he robbed. All these are what? Clauses. That I attended the party. You understand? All these things, they make sense. You understand? They are what? They are very short, but they still make sense. When you say they met him, it's like you're answering somebody. They met him. Yes, they met him. You understand? It's very short, but it's making sense. Now, a simple sentence is the same thing as a what? As a main clause. When we say main clause, we mean things like I regretted my action is a main clause. This is the boy is a main clause. They met him is a main clause. Where he robbed. You understand? But when you say something like that, I attended the party, it's a subordinate clause. It's not a main clause. You understand? But it's still making sense. But simple sentences are the same thing as what? Main clause. This can be called a sentence. I regretted my action. Is that clear? Yes. All the features of clause. It has what? All the features of a word clause. A simple sentence has the features of all the clause. We can join clauses or simple sentences using using what? Conjunctions like what? And, but, or. To form what? A compound sentence. So whenever you use and, or, but, like, but, you understand? You form a what we call what? Compound sentence. When you use things like because, you form what we call complex word sentence. Example, when you say the boy kicked the ball, that's a sentence, is it not? And the boy began to cry. Two sentences brought together by and. You form a what? Compound sentence. Now you look at the second one. The boy kicked the ball because the boy began to cry. You are bringing two sentences. The boy kicked the ball and the boy began to cry. using what? Because. So you're forming what? A complex sentence. You understand? When you use an, you form a compound. But when you use because, neither, or other words, you form a what? Complex sentence. Exactly. So in subsequent classes, we are going to look at different parts of a sentence. Thank you. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be doing letter writing and essay writing. We are going to be doing what? Letter and what? Essay writing. What is a letter? What is letter writing? Letter writing is a form of communication between two people. You understand? That are separated by what? Distance. Because you cannot see himself physically. If you can see him, you will talk to him. If you can see him, you do what? You make a speech to the person who will understand. You can communicate, isn't it? But if the person is far, you need to write a letter, is it not? Send either through the post office or through the email. Or you give somebody to give to him. Is that clear? That is letter writing. You understand? You communicate with somebody that you have distance separating between you and him. Is that clear? So letter writing is a form of writing communication between two people who are separated by what? Distance. Depending on the relationship between the communicators, if you want to write a letter to your friend, what kind of letter is that? Informal. What kind of letter is that? If you're writing to the governor of the state, the governor of Abia State or Kano, what kind of letter is that? Formal letter. You understand? So whenever you're writing, you need to know who you're writing to. because that will affect the way you're saluting, your salutation. If you're writing to the Oba of Benin, you have to say His Royal Highness, is it not? If you're writing to your friend, will you say His Royal Highness? No. You understand? So you need to know the person you're communicating to, you're communicating with. You understand? So that you know the way to address the person. So depending on the relationship between the communicators, friends, person to the governor of the state, etc., the mode of address changes, and the letter writing can be divided into what? 3 categories. Because of the mode, the way you address the person. You understand? So you can have what we call formal letter, the one you write to your friends, is it not? Semi-formal, like the one you write to your headmaster in class. You understand? I mean, formal letter, the one you write to the governor, is it not? Semi-formal, the one you write to your headmaster in class, is it not? Informal, the one you write to your friend, your brother, or relative. Is that clear? So all these changes, you understand? So when you're writing a formal letter, you should know how to put the address. There's one letter that has 2 addresses, is it not? What kind of letter is that? You understand? So you take cognizance of that. Features of a good letter, features of a what? How do you know that your letter is good? So that once you write it in WAEC, you will get very high score. How? How? Number 1 is what we call organization. You must organize your letter very well. You understand? When you're writing to your, maybe your mother now, you can say, first paragraph, you can use it to ask about how you're doing, is it not? Then you start telling him how the problem, is it not? Then the other one, you start talking other things and thanking him. You understand? So the organization must be there. Then under this organization, you must have something like, you must consider the address. The way you address when you are writing to your parents and the way you address when you are writing to the governor, are they the same thing? Salutation, His Royal Highness. Or concluding parts, when you say yours faithfully. When you are writing a formal letter, you must say yours faithfully or yours sincerely, is it not? But if you are writing informal, you can be using anything you want. Title, paragraph, you understand? Make sure you take care of these things. All these things are classified under what? Organization, and they have how many marks? 10 marks in your essay, in your letter writing in WAEC or GC or NECO. Is that clear? 10 marks. Number 2 is the content. If they tell you to write about healthcare and you're writing about education, will you make any point? Make sure you know what they are telling you to write about. Is that clear? Make sure you know what the letter is all about so that you make the right point. Topic area. This can also be used for essay. If you're told to write essay about education and you go and you start writing about politics, will you get points? So take note of that. And it has 10 marks. Expression has 20 marks. Knowing the right terminologies. When you're talking about medical field, you'll be talking about viruses, diagnosis. You need to be using those terms so that when they hear it, they say, yeah, this guy knows much about health. If you're talking about law, you'll be using things like affidavit. You understand? Evidence. When you're talking, yeah, this person knows much about the law code. Judges, magistrates. Is that not clear? Now, another thing about expression is you need to use idioms and figures of speech. If you're writing your essay or your letter and you're using idioms, proverbs, figures of speech, you'll be getting high score. You'll be getting high what? Other than using just simple English. You understand? Use idiomatic expression. You know what idiomatic expressions are? Figures of speech, simile, personification. You understand? When you use it much in your essay or in your letter writing, you get high score. And that's why expression contains how many marks? Now, mechanical accuracy. You need to know when to put full stop, when to put comma. Is that not true? When to use present tense and when to use what? Past tense. Use of what? Know the right words to use. That is what? Mechanical what? Accuracy. Mechanical what? Your punctuations have to be there. You understand? When you're supposed to start a word with capital letter, you know after full stop, the next word starts with capital letter. You need to put it. If you don't, you will not be getting the marks on mechanical accuracy, which is how many marks? Is that clear? Are we together? Are we together? So having learned this, we are quickly going to look at, hey, you've not written back. Sorry, please write it down, Or you've written some back. The place I've cleaned, you've written them already back. Good. So I wanted to, listen first, I'm not going to clean again. I wanted to look at the various types of letters that we have. And we say we have what? Informal, semi-formal, and what? Formal. Those are the three types, is it not? Informal is when I'm writing to my girlfriend, or my wife, or my child, or my friend. Is that not informal?
Yes.
What is semi-formal? You're writing to somebody you're closer to, you understand? But not very close to, you understand? What is formal? When you're writing to somebody you're not even close to, official letter, official person, you understand? You're writing to the VC of the school. Is that clear? You should know how to arrange your addresses, is it not? Then when you're closing, the closing salutation, you should know. The kind of words that you use, informal words that you would have used when you're writing to your friend, you cannot use it for your teacher, and you cannot use it for the governor of the state. You understand? So those are the things that differentiate these three forms of what? Letter. Then I'm giving you an assignment. You're going to write 3 letters now and submit to me 3 letters. I'm going to give you a paper to write them. One is an informal letter. You're writing to him. He's writing to you. Is that clear? One is a semi-formal letter, write to me. And another one, you're addressing the FCT minister, telling him what and what you want to happen in FCT. Are those clear? Immediately after this class, come and take your papers and write your letters. Is that clear? Thank you. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at oral English. What is oral English? Oral English is that aspect of English language that has to do with pronunciation of words. Pronunciation of words. How do you pronounce words? When you want to pronounce the word bed, you have people lie down on to sleep, bed. And you want to pronounce the other word, bird, the bird that flies. You have to know how to do the two pronunciations so that when somebody listens to you, the person will understand what you're talking about. Some people, if they want to call bird, they call it bed. The bird is flying. The bird flies. So the one that flies is bird, and the one that you lie on is bed. So you need to know how to identify these speech sounds. So today we're going to be looking at oral English, and in oral English we have two classes. We have the vowel sounds and we have the consonant sounds. In the consonants, when you want to call the word, or when you want to pronounce the word physics, that we'll learn in school, physics, it sounds as if it starts with F, but it's actually PH. So you need to identify all these, and that is what we're going to be learning in oral English. So we say that oral English deals with pronunciation of words, phonetic transcription of words. The basic sounds in English language are vowels and consonants. They come from the alphabets. So whenever you see the alphabet, letter E, it is always pronounced as a bed. But when you see the alphabet IR, it is normally pronounced as bird. So the two pronunciations, some people pronounce them the same, but it's actually, this one is bed, this one is bird. Now we are going into one of the speech sounds. I said that we have vowels and consonants. Now let's look at vowels. There are 20 vowel sounds, 20 vowel sounds. Some of them are known as pure vowel sound because they normally contain one vowel sound, or they are made up of one part. Like the E, the long E for bead, beef, leave. The short E sound, it, deep, dig, big. The A sound as in bed, here we have beg, bed. And the sound, there we have bird. Now all these are single, that's why we call them pure vowel sounds or monotones. But here we have also 8 impure vowel sounds or diphthongs. You have combination, you have A and E. So for these we have words like day, make, this is A, make, rate. This is O, as in go, form, blow, no. And this is oi, as in boy, toy. So basically we have 12 pure vowel sounds and we have 8 impure vowel sounds. The pure vowel sounds are known as monotones and the impure vowel sounds are known as diphthongs because they are made consisting of 2. You can see this is A and this is E. You can see this is O and this is E. Oi, A, O, as in go, form, blow. Whereas these ones are single. E, this is long. Whenever you see 2 dotted lines, simply means long form of the E sound. E, this is E. So this is represented by alphabets EA. Bead is long. Bead, you can't call this bead. You call it bead. But if it is just I, you call it, you can have something like bid, B-I-D. So here you have deep, dig, big. But here we have bead, beef, lead, beg, bed. This one is bird, girl, bird, girl. Some people, when they want to say this girl, they say this girl, girl. My birthday, birthday, bird. So those are how you can do the pronunciations. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be taking all the 12 monotones, the 12 pure vowel sounds, starting from E, and the rest of them. There are many of them, they are up to 12. Here I gave example with just 1, 2, 3, 4. But in subsequent classes, we are going to be giving all of them. The 8 impure vowel sound, A, I, and other ones, we are going to give all the examples. So if you pay attention, you're going to understand how these things work. So we are going to be walking around with oral sounds, Oral English, very, very interesting aspect of the English language. Please, if you like this video, hit the subscribe button. If you have any question regarding this lecture or any other lecture or any video that you want us to make for you, please drop it on the comment section. Thank you for your subscriptions and support. Thank you, and God bless you. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be starting our lectures in oral English. Oral English. Oral English. Whenever you talk about oral English, or when we talk about oral English, it simply means spoken English. We simply mean what? Spoken English. The English that you speak with your mouth. It has to do with the way you pronounce the words. The way you do what? Pronounce the words in English language. It's not about the way you write it, but the way you place more importance on the way you do what? You pronounce the English words. Is that clear? I want you to be able to make the right pronunciation. Now, when we talk about oral English, we talk about spoken rather than what? Written English. We place more emphasis on what? The spoken English rather than the written English. It is verbal, it has to do with the movement of your mouth, what comes out of your mouth. It has to do with pronunciation of words. Oral English has to do with what? Pronunciation of words. And we have two basic sounds in English language. We have what? Two basic sounds in English language. Two basic sounds. What are those two sounds we have in English language, class? What are the two of them? Vowels and what? Consonants. They are the two basic speech sounds in English language. Vowels and what? Consonants. Vowels and consonants. Vowels and consonants. Now we're going to start with vowels. The vowel speech sound. We have 20 vowel sounds in English. 12 of them are pure vowels, whereas 8 of them are what? Impure vowels. Is that clear? 12 of them are pure. You can also call them what? Monotones. You can call them what? Monotones or pure vowel sounds. You can also call these 8 that are impure, you can call them diphthongs. Is that clear? In writing, these ones always have one letter, whereas the impure sounds always have 2. Is that clear? Now we come to the vowel sounds. We have vowel number 1, the long E, the long what? E sound, the long E sound, the long E sound. How do you notice a long vowel speech sound? Whenever you have these 2 dots in front, is that clear? Is that clear? You can also have who or what, who, isn't it? This one is what? This one is what? This one is long, whereas this one is what? Short. So how do you know when it's long or short? Whenever you have these 2 dots in front. Exactly. Exactly. So that's what we have here. Now you see this? This is E sound, and this is what? E, isn't it? This is E, and this is what? E. Exactly. This is the E sound. This is the long E sound. This is what? E. And how? Where are the? In which words can we see such sounds? For the long E, we can see words like what? Bead, seal, seed, seat, hill, eagle, field, beef, lead. Is that clear? How do you know such words where you have the long E sound? How do you know them? You know them whenever you see double E in a word, as you see here, or whenever you see EA in a word. Is that clear? If you look at all these words, you see that most of them either have double E or EA. Double E, EA, 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 IE. This is another place where you see it. EA, double EA. Is that clear? In any word where you see double E or EA or IE, know that this sound is always pronounced as the long E. Is that clear? Is that clear? Now we come to the second vowel sound, which is vowel number 2, which is the E sound, the short E. And you can always see it whenever you have the letter I. Is that clear? Whenever you have the letter I, and in some cases it could be confusing. Is that clear? But principally you see it whenever you have I. Example is in B, you're bidding for a contract. B, you're bidding for a what? Contract. That's the word, isn't it? B, kids. Children's kids, eat, sit, hip, sheep. You see that most of them have short E sound, isn't it? Why? Because they have the letter I. Why? Because they have the letter what? I. And even we see the letter EA or EE or IE, then we will now regard it to be the long E sound. Is that clear? But for this, we have what? All this. Now, in some cases, like I told you, it could be confusing. Like in words like one T, this is pronounced as one T. Here is the short E sound. Women, 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 we. This is E. You see it's O, but it's pronounced as what? E, short E. Women, sit, market, market, market. This is E sound and not air sound. Not air sound. Is that clear? Now we come to vowel number 3. Vowel number 3. Vowel number 3, the air sound. The air sound. Vowel number 3 is the what? Air sound. Represented by the alphabet letter what? E. Alphabet letter what? E. But the speech sound is what? The speech sound is what? And it could be seen in words like what? Bed, egg, jet, leg, embrace, extra, get, egg. So whenever you want to see some yes, good morning. Today we are going to learn oral English. Oral English. We're able to look at parts of speech, isn't it? Also we're able to look at type questions. And we're able to look at emphatic stress. Today we want to go into oral English. Whenever we talk about oral English, we're looking at the pronunciation of words in English language, isn't it? The way we pronounce words in English language. In oral English, we look at two aspects of pronunciation of the alphabets. In vowels and consonants. In vowels and what? Vowels and what? Consonants. So today we're going to take the first part, which is vowels. Vowels, vowel sound. So there are 20 vowel sounds in English language. There are how many vowel sounds? 20. There are 20 vowel sounds in English language. And they are actually classifying into two types of vowel sounds. Number one is what we call the monotones, the pure vowels. We have the pure words, pure vowels, known as what? Monotones. They are pure vowels, single word. Then we'll have the impure vowels known as the diphthongs. Yes, good morning. So we looked at the various types of what? Vowel sound. Various types of what? Vowel sound. I would say that the first vowel sound, vowel number 1 is the long E. The long what? E. As could be seen in the words bead, beads, feed, field, bee, beef, bean, heed, heel. So anytime we see words with letter EE or what? EE, then we know that we are talking about the long E sound. Is that clear? E, that's the pronunciation. Bead, beads, feed, field, heed, lead, leave, meal. You understand? So whenever we see EA or EE, we are talking about the long E sound, represented by the alphabet I with column. Is that clear? The alphabet was I with column. It is pronounced as what? E, the long E sound. Now vowel number 2, the short E sound, represented by the alphabet I. As in the words D, big, will, wind, heat, sing, beat. So what is it trying to tell us? Anytime we see the alphabet put I, anytime we see a word with the alphabet I alone, then we're talking about the short word E, the short vowel E. Is that clear? E, deep, big, will, wind, E. Then vowel number 3 is the E sound. Is that clear? The short E sound, like in beg, E sound, the E sound, E. Lots of you understand? E sound, beg, leg, tread, letter, net. You understand? So that is the vowel E, represented by the alphabet E. You understand? Then now we look at the fourth vowel sound known as the short the short words as in bat, back, cat, man, lad, rat, baffle, rag, fast. So whenever we see the alphabet A, you understand? Only A. We know that we are talking about the vowel sound short R. But when we see the alphabet E, we are talking about the vowel sound what? A, as in what? Beg. Now we have the long R. We say that any vowel sound that has colon is the long vowel sound, isn't it? So this is the long R. Blossom, isn't it? As in what? Bad, back, cat, star, farm, class, Charles, heart, large, merge, scar. Is that clear? Is that clear? Good. So move down to the other vowel sounds. So we see that we normally have similar vowel sound, except for the length of the pronunciation, is it not? Like the E and the E, isn't it? One is short and one is what? Long. Now we're going to look at other ones that are short and long. But before then, we look at which one did we stop at? 5 or 6? So we look at vowel number 6. The short up. Is that clear? As in what? Backs, shut up, backs, dag, card, cast. What's the cost of bringing this lecture to Africa? What's the cost of bringing this lecture online? Cough, hug, jag, shot, bad, love, talk, stop, last. Then we have vowel number 7, the long R, as in ball, card, car, fall, chalk, floor, down, judge, north, park, then we have the sound. Sound like in book, bull, bush, cook, good, foot, pull, put, push, woman, food, sugar, wood, wood. Now we have the long oo sound. One with colon, as in blue, broom, brook, cool, do, fool, moon, shoe, tooth, roof, food, coup d'etat. So these are the other types of vowel sounds. So please, could you pay attention? Let me just explain this thing continue writing. So this is the short up sound. Short what? Short what? As in what? Pronouns? Vowels. Pause, jump, shut, pause, lot, stop. But this other one is also but now what? Long, but isn't it? Long like in ball, isn't it? Car, car, fall, chalk, floor, down, judge, nerve, isn't it? Then these are the oo sound, isn't it? Oo. But this first one is what? Whereas the second one is what? Book. Cook. She's our cook. Somebody that does what? Cooks food, isn't it? Cook. Is short. Foot. Pull. Put. Push. Woman. Food. Sugar. Wood. Isn't it? Then we have the long oo, isn't it? As in what? Blue. Broom. Brook. Cool. Do. Fool. Moon. Shoe. Tooth, root, food, cook. Is that clear? Is that clear? So pronunciation, very, very important. You have to be very careful. You can see that here you just have, when you have the alphabet O with consonants following it, you understand? You have what we call the short up, isn't it? But when you have letters like A, L, O-R, you understand? You have this long word or sound, isn't it? So you have to be careful with the kind of alphabet that you see, because the kind of alphabet that you see informs the vowel sound that you're going to get there. Is that clear? So take that note. Yes, welcome back. We are looking at the other types of the other vowel sounds that we have. So vowel number 10, we stopped at number 9, isn't it? So this number 10 is the short, very short. But, you understand? But, bunch, come here. Judge, dusk, flood, jump, judge. You understand? It's very short. It's in between and in between and what? In between what? And but short. Jump, love, anger. Understand? When you watch those Ghanaian films, you see when they want to say love, how do they pronounce love? Love. You understand? They try to move towards this sound. Ankle, run, hunt. Whereas here we have the sound, the what? E-R. You understand? Like in what? Bird, burn, dirt, birth, dirt, earth, flood, go. You understand? Gird, learn, shirt, turn, word. You see that? So you see this sound, sound, mostly when you have IR, isn't it? You are, isn't it? So it's mostly where you have the word, the alphabet IR. Bird, girl, work. Now, another vowel sound. This is the shortest up sound. Shortest up. You understand? As in above. Actor. Above. Actor. Brother. Better. This is where the sound is. Actor. Brother. Better. It's almost silent, isn't it? Father. Doctor. Pastor. Shower. Letter. Another. But. Is that clear? Now we say that all the vowel sounds with single alphabet, we call them. Yeah. In some cases we could have them pronounced in two ways. You understand? Now we say that the single word, we call them monotones, isn't it? Then when they are double, like here, we have to combine, we call them what? Diphthongs or impure. The first one we call it what? Pure vowels, isn't it? Now, this is A. This is A sound now. That was what we did before, A sound. Then E. A plus E. A. Like in day. You understand? May, rate, bait, seed, rain, mate, play, fell. You understand? A sound, the A sound. Now here is what we call the O sound. Go, form, blow, no, hold. And here we have the I sound. This is short I and A. Up and A. I. Like in buy, sight, eyes, eye, find, shine, right. Is that clear? Yes, welcome back. This is the last section of the vowel sounds, and we have vowel for 16. We have ow. You know, this is the R sound, right? And this is the oo sound, right? Ow, like in out. How, mouth, house, cow, town, tout, scout, allow, all, foul, bow, doubt. It's clever. So whenever we have something that sounds ow, that's the sound. How. Mostly when you have O-U and O-W, isn't it? O-U and O-W. Now we have vowel sound, vowel 17. Oi. This is all sound, right? And this is E sound, right? So oi, isn't it? As in what? Boy, coin, toy, join, choice, oil, noise, point, coin, toy, foil, voice, soil, void, spoil. It's clever. Oi, isn't it? R-A, oil. Now we have vowel sound, ear. This E and this R, isn't it? Ear, as in ear, steer, clear, idea, dear, fears, fear, near, dear, isn't it? Now we have the word air. This A sound, isn't it? And this air, like in bed, beware, care, chair, share, there, fair, air, rare, isn't it? Then finally we have the word poor. Poor, as in door, cure, fuel, flour, poor, isn't it? More, pure, endure, tour, manure, value, and sure. You understand? So these are the vowel sounds. Very importantly, you should make sure you know the alphabets that go with such word. Like this one, you see that when you have UE, something like that, UE. You understand? Here is whenever you have A-E-R, A-R-E, isn't it? A-R-E, like in bear, beware, care, chair, share. Here is whenever you have E-A, E-A, beer. You understand? E-A. That sounds alike, like here, here. Here, whenever you have O-Y or O-I, isn't it? Boy, coy, toy. Is that clear? So, in summary, we've learned the vowel sound. I will say there are two types of vowel sound. We have the pure vowel sound and the what? Impure vowel sound. The pure vowel sound we call the monotones, and the impure we call them the what? Diphthongs. The monotones normally have one vowel sound, like a or u, one. But whenever you see combination of two sounds, we call it what? The diphthongs. They come in two, you understand? The monotones come in one. Then we also say that there are two structures that we can have a vowel sound that is short or the one that is what? Long. The one that is short or the one that is what? Long. The one that is long normally has colon in front of it, isn't it? And the one without colon is the word short. And we give example where we have the E sound, the two types of E sound, the short E and the long E. And we have where we normally use the short E is where we have alphabet I, like in dig, zip, isn't it? But when we have E to be represented by alphabets like EE or EA, then we are talking about what kind of E sound, the long word E sound, like in B, feed, isn't it? Then we looked at the oo sound, the short oo and the long oo, isn't it? The short oo can be seen in cook, isn't it? Then we have the long oo, like in blue. So very importantly, you need to know the kind of alphabets that depict such sounds as given. So that whenever you see such alphabets, you know that this is the sound you are looking at. If you have something like M-A-T-E, that's mate, isn't it? Mate or make, M-A-K-E, make. So you are talking about what? A, isn't it? That's alphabet E with alphabet I, isn't it? A, make, mate, play. The A sound with the E sound, A with E sound. So very important whenever you see such arrangement of words, such arrangement of alphabets or letters of alphabet in a word, you'll be able to identify the kind of vowel sound that should be there, isn't it? So, and I told you that the way you see such in JAMB is, they will ask you, which of the following has the same vowel sound as the one indicated in the question? They will give you 4 options. So it's your duty to look at the alphabet, arrangement of the alphabets, to see the one that is similar. And as such, sounds alike with the one that is indicated. So you pick it out as your answer. Is that clear? So in subsequent classes, we are going to learn more on how to use these alphabets and how to use the knowledge of vowel sound to answer correctly when we see such in JAMB questions. Is that clear? So in the next class, we'll look at consonants. Thank you. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be learning consonants. In oral English, we have the vowel sounds and the what? Consonant. The vowels and the what? Consonant. They are the two speech sounds that we have. The vowels and the what? Consonants. We've already finished with the vowels. So that's why we're starting with the consonants. And we have 24 consonant sounds. We have how many consonant sounds? We have how many consonant sounds? 4. So number 1, we are starting with the consonant sound B. The consonant sound what? The consonant sound what? B. The consonant sound B. And we can see words like pain, play, power, pink, power, happy. So these are the words that fall under the consonant sound P. These are some of the words that fall under the consonant sound what? B. Pink, play, pink, power, happy. Then we have the consonant sound B. The consonant sound what? B. Yeah, how about things like bat, bed, bird, ball. Boy, believe. All these are examples of the words that have consonant sound B. Bed, bird, ball, boy, believe. Then we have the consonant sound T. The consonant sound T, we have things like two, tree, table, teeth, tell, time. Consonant sound T, as in two, tree, table, teeth, tell, time. Then we have the consonant sound D, as in dad, mad, dear, middle, toad. Consonant sound D, as in dad, mad, dear, middle, toad. See where the sounds are? It's very important that you pick out the position of the sound. You understand? Whenever you have the consonant sound, you pick out the position of the sound. We have the consonant sound K. Consonant sound what? K. As in kill, tick, cat, picnic, cat, cot. The consonant sound K, as in kill, tick, cat, picnic, cat, cot, K, cot. Then we have this consonant sound, the sound, as in gun, represented by the letter G, gun, gang, gun, gang, dog, goat, ugly. The consonant sound as in gun, gang, dog, goat, ugly. Then we have the consonant sound Z, Z. The consonant sound Z as in Z, zone, zebra. Blaze, zero. Consonant and Z, as in Z, zone, zebra, blaze, zero. Then we have the F consonant sound, as in father, ferry, fault, physics, stuff. That's the sound presented mentally by the alphabet F or PH. You know PH is also F. Physics. Is that clear? So get the note down. Very important. Yes, welcome back to the continuation of the consonant sounds. Now we have the consonant V, the V sound, as in very, view, of, is that clear? Very, view, van, fine. All these are the V sound, the V. Now we have the consonant sound, the S. The S consonant sound that sounds as in seat, sight, sorry, son. Story, then we'll have the consonant sounds. Is that clear? Yes. As in pressure, pleasure, pleasure, pressure, measure, leisure, prestige, prestige, prestige. The sound pressure, pleasure, measure, leisure, prestige. Vision, treasure, seizure. Then we have the what? Thing, as in thing, thing, thank, death, outlet, is it? You understand? You put your tongue in between the two jaws. Think, thin, thank, death, outlet, then we have the sound. We have the what? The sound, as in the. then, these. Father, those. This is the what? The. What's the difference between this sound and this one? When you make this one, certain amount of air comes from your mouth. Air is coming out. But when you make this one, you also put your tongue in between the two of your discs, but there's no air coming out. Thank you. Think. Then. Is that clear? Okay. These two sounds are different from T sound. Talk. You understand? In Africa, we normally present this one as all this one as T. Think. There's nothing like think or think. Call it think. Put your tongue in between. You understand? Pronounce it. Let air come out. Think. This one. Think. Then. These. Father. Do. Then we have the head sound, as in how, high, how, who, and, house, ham. That's the head sound. It's the A sound. Now we have the chair sound. Cheek sound, as in chair. Matches. Chair sound. Chair, matches. Charge, chain, chains. Charge, chain. Teacher, virtue, charge, chain. Then we have the G sound, the G sound, as in jaw, jaw. This is the G sound, jaw, joy, Joshua, George, jump, George, George, jump, Joshua, engine. This is the G sound. Then we have the M sound, the M, like it as a man, M, the M, man. Dance, mother, mouse, the M sound, down, mother, mouse, thing, sound, then, this, father, how, high, who, hand, chair, matches, church, chain, joy, jump, George, engine, man, down, pressure, measure, pleasure, leisure, prestige, sit, sight, sorry, song, story, very, view of, van, fine. Those are some of the consonant sounds, very important. Yes, welcome back. We'll continue. 17, that was what we stopped about. Now we'll talk about the n sound, the n sound for n, sound. Talk about things like new, need, night, nash, kind, new end sound, new, kind, night, nash, 19. We'll talk about the eng sound, eng, as in king, eng, is new, end sound, kind, night, nash, king. Eng, long, thing, sting. You understand? This one normally comes when we have ng, isn't it? Ng or nk. King, eng, long, thing, sting. It's different from this sound, you understand? Then we'll have the L, the old sound, as in love, long, oil, life, leave, L sound. Then we'll have the W sound, the W, as in wife, wife, war, was, walk, where. And finally we have the R sound, R, sound, R, as in rat, rabbit, rice, rice, R sound. You're going to learn something, oral transcription. You're going to learn what? Oral transcription. Oral transcription. That's the next topic we're learning. And it's simply the application of the vowel and consonant sounds that we've learned. It is simply the application of what and what? The application of what? The vowel and consonant sound which you've learned. Oral transcription. What is oral transcription? Oral transcription simply means writing an English word using the vowel and consonant letters. It simply means what? Writing an English word using the word vowel and consonant letters. So if you write an English word, now you use the vowel and consonant sounds to transcribe it, so that when somebody looks at the word, you will know how to pronounce it. You will not be in confusion of how to pronounce it. Is that clear? So what is oral transcription? Is the writing of words using vowel and consonant letters. Using vowel and consonant letters. That is oral transcription. Oral transcription simply means the writing of words using vowel and consonant letters. We are going to give an example so that we'll learn. So if we write this word, example, if we write this word, comb. Comb. You want to comb your hair. How is it pronounced? Comb. How do you write it in oral English? How can you transcribe it orally? This C here is this sound. You notice the consonant sound for C here, for the pronunciation. Ko, ko, ko. So instead of writing C, you write out letter K. Then you write the short R sound with the U sound. The short R sound with the U sound. Up, up, ko, 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 ko. This M. This is the consonant word letter M, isn't it? Yeah. Ko. In pronouncing comb, the B is silent, so you don't call it comb. Like now if you say the Boko Haram bomb, or the Nigerian Air Force bomb the Boko Haram, you don't say bomb. It's not bomb, bomb. You understand? The last B is what? Silent. The last B is what? The last B is what? Silent. Silent. So in the same way, this B at the back of comb is also silent. So when you're writing the oral transcription, you write the way it is pronounced. You write the way it is what? Pronounced, not the way it is written. This is the way you write it in English, but this is the actual way it is pronounced. This is comb. Who can transcribe bots for me? What's the oral transcription of bots? What's the first thing I write? Which sound do I write first? B. Consonant sound B. Then followed by what? But. Yes. The short but. Then what? C. That's the oral. This is the oral transcription of the word but. Come. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Who can give me the oral transcription of the word Christian? What's the first word? Sound. K sound. What else? That is very simple. The next word shouldn't take you more than 1 minute to forest. Now, why are you looking at it as if I'm giving you something difficult? What's the next word?
S.
S. What's the next word? Next sound. What's the next sound?
S.
It's not S. There's E sound now. Isn't there E?
Yes.
Why are you saying S? Then after E, what? S. Then what? T. Then what?
S.
Christian. Christian. That's the oral transcription. What's the oral transcription for this one? Peace. What's the first word? Followed by what? E, P, the long E sound. Then what? Then what?
S.
That's the oral transcription. Very simple. What's the oral transcription for the word toad? Toad. And the oral transcription for the word keys. You can give me this one. This is toad. See? This is toad. Oh. And this is keys. 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 Exactly. Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Yes, welcome. Good morning. Today we are going to be learning stress. Stress. Exactly. Today we are going to be learning stress. Stress. You can also call it word stress. You can also call it what? Word stress. The previous class we learned about emphatic stress. Emphatic word stress. Where we considered in a sentence the word that is capitalized, the word that is stressed, isn't it?
Yes.
Today's class we are going to learn word stress. When you have one word, there is a part of it that is stressed when you are pronouncing. That part has more sound than the rest of the other part of the word. Is that clear?
Yes.
That part that has more sound, or that part that is pronounced louder or longer so that you can hear it more than the other ones, is the stressed part of the word. Is the word stressed part of the word. For you to understand what stress means in each word, you need to understand what syllable is. You need to understand what word is syllable. What syllable is. What syllable is. Every word contains one or more syllables. Every word you pronounce contains one or more words, syllables. What is syllable? Syllable is a word or part of a word which contains a single vowel sound. Which contains a single what? Vowel sound. It is this single vowel sound that makes it to be able to be differentiated from the other parts of the sound. It is a single unit of what? Speech. Single unit of speech. Let's take for instance when we say pen. Pen. Can you pronounce pen, class? Pronounce pen for me. Pen. Please, class, can you pronounce this word? Garden. Pronounce it.
Garden.
This one is what? Pen. This one is what? Garden. Isn't it?
Yes.
This one is what? Pen. This one has how many speech? One. How many units of speech sound? One. This one has what? You understand? So each unit is known as a what?
Syllable.
Each unit is known as a what? Syllable. Continue. Toilet. This one has how many syllables? toilet. This one has how many?
3.
Continue. 3 syllables. You understand? A syllable is a word or part of a word. So this is a syllable, this is a syllable, this is a syllable. These are parts of word, isn't it? Whereas this one is a word that is a 1 syllable. This is a 1 syllable word. Pen. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Pen is a 1 syllable word. Garden is a how many syllable word? 2. Continue is a how many syllable word? 3. Right? Do you understand what syllables means now? Syllable is a word or part. It could be a word complete, as in pen. Is that clear? As in man, as in call. Syllables is a complete word. Or part of a word, as in con in continue, or new in continue. Part of a word which contains a single vowel sound. It must contain a single word vowel sound. Like this one has a. This one has u, ka, I, and a. 2 vowel sound. That's why it's having 2 syllables, isn't it?
Yes.
So syllable is a word or part of a word which contains a single vowel sound. It is a single unit of what? Speech. So that sound that you hear when you make pronunciation is the syllable. So we have pen, man, cough. These 3 are what? Monosyllabic. These 3 are what? Monosyllabic because they have only 1 word, syllable. They have only 1 word, syllable. These 2 are bisyllabic. These 2. No, these 2. Garden and toilet are bisyllabic because they have how many syllables? 2. This one is trisyllabic or polysyllabic because they have more than 1 or 2. Is that clear? So get it written down. Have you written it down? Have you written it down?
Yes.
Can I clean up?
Yes.
Good. So we have different types of syllables. Is that clear? We have different types of syllables. We have what we call monosyllabic word. Monosyllabic what? Big. Monosyllabic words. Monosyllabic what? Monosyllabic words. So give me examples of monosyllabic words. Words with 1 syllable. Feet. Give me another example. You. Give me another example. Great. Art. Mat. Good. What? Come. Is it?
Yes.
Come. Give me an example of bisyllabic or disyllabic. Give me an example of the ones that have 2 syllables.
Little.
Single. Good. Single. Another example. Little. Single. Give me another example. Object. Give me another example of nation. Give me examples of 3-syllabic or 3-syllable words. Example of 3-syllable word. Computer. Give me another example. September. 3 syllables. Camera. Extension. Yes. Those are the different types of syllable words we have. Please get it written down. There are also words with 4 syllables. Who can give me an example of 4 syllables word?
Congratulations.
This one is 5 syllables. This is 5. It's more than 4. Give me an example of 4. Example of 4 is January. Is that clear? January. But another example of 4 is information. Information. Information is a 4-syllable word. Is that clear?
Yes.
So with that, any word that somebody mentioned, you can divide it into syllable, isn't it?
Yes.
And you can be able to tell me how many syllable word it is, isn't it?
Yes.
Any word somebody mentions, you can divide it into syllables, and you should be able to tell me how many syllables. You understand? Now we are going to learn about word stress. Now, like this word has how many syllables? Information has how many syllables? 4 syllables. Now, which one is the one that is pronounced promiscuously? So, which one can be pronounced loudly so that once the person pronounced, you can hear it very well? So, anyone that is pronounced loudly, let's say is info. You understand? That is the stress word. That is the stress. That is the word stress. That is the word stress. Anyone that can be pronounced loudly. Is that clear? So from here we'll learn about word stress. Copy down the notes. Yes, welcome. We are going to be learning about stress. The syllable. In the previous class, we learned about what a syllable is. But what did you say syllable is?
Syllable is a word or part of a word which contains a single vowel sound.
That contains a single vowel sound. Right?
Yes.
That is a unit of speech, isn't it?
Yes.
The sound that you hear. That's the syllable. I would say some words are monosyllabic, some are bisyllabic, isn't it? Some contain even up to 4 to 5 syllables, isn't it?
Yes.
Example, when we say mineral, how many syllables is in mineral? How many? 3 syllables. So which of these syllables is the one that contains the stress? Which of these syllables do we pronounce louder when we call mineral? Which one? So anyone that sounds louder is the one with the word stress. Is the one with the word. That's what we say. The syllable that is pronounced with more strength or louder is the stressed word syllable. Is the stressed word
Syllable.
So JAMB is going to ask you, in which of the syllable of the following word is the stress? It will give you option. You will not pick out the one that has the stress. Is that clear? Now, how do you identify the syllable with the stress? Number one rule is that a monosyllabic word. Which one is the monosyllabic word? A word that has only one single word. Stress. Example is pen or you, isn't it? So a monosyllabic word has stress on the word generally. You understand? So the stress is on all the word. Pen. Is that clear? Now you have to know that stress is only seen on a word with vowel sound, not consonant. Is that clear? stress can only be seen on the word with the vowel sound. Is that clear? Like this one, when we said pen has a monosyllabic, is a monosyllabic word or has a syllable, is because of the which letter? We talk about which letter?
Yes.
Which of these letters that made it a syllable? The E, because of the E in the P, sound. You know that P is a consonant. P is a what? Is it not a consonant? N is a what? But E is a what? The S sound. Pen. The same thing with U. The U here is a vowel, isn't it? But the Y is a what? Consonant. So make sure that you are looking at, you must see a consonant, a vowel sound before you say that is a syllable, is it not? Because it's the vowel that brings out the pronunciation, that brings out the sound, the speech sound. Is that clear? Good. So we are going to check out the rules. Write those things out. Let's check out the rules. So after knowing these simple two rules, we are going to note the following in our stressing. We are going to note the word following in our stressing. Number one is two-syllable noun and adjective. Two-syllable words, nouns and adjectives. Two-syllable nouns and adjectives. In most two-syllable nouns and adjective, the first syllable takes the stress. That's the first rule. Is that clear? Yes. In most two-syllable nouns and adjectives, the first syllable takes the stress. The first syllable takes the what? Stress. Example. Samples. The word samples. Where is the syllable? Is it not? Yes. The word carton. The word carton. Where is the stress? Where is the stress? The word colorful. Although this one is a three-syllable word, so let me remove it. The word rainy. Where is the syllable? Rain. Is that clear? Yes. So why are the syllables, why are the stress on the first syllable, why? Because rule 1 says that the most two-syllable nouns and adjective, you understand? The first syllable takes the word stress. Yes. This is an adjective or a noun, you understand? All these are adjectives or noun. Nouns are what? Names of person, places, animal or thing, isn't it? Yes. Then adjectives are what? Qualifiers for noun, isn't it? Now we have samples. Samples is a noun, isn't it? So the stress will be on the word first syllable, which is sam. Carton is a noun, isn't it? It's name of something, isn't it? So the first syllable is car and it has the stress. Rainy is telling us that the day is rainy. You understand? So the first syllable. So how many syllable words are these? So two syllable, isn't it? Samples, isn't it? Carton, two syllable. Rainy. Is that clear? Yes. So every two-syllable word that is noun, that is a noun or adjective, and we've learned what nouns are, isn't it? We've learned what adjectives are. I told you that when we are learning it, that very soon we'll start making use of them. So if you don't know what noun and adjective mean, or if you don't know what they are, you will not know the one that has two syllables, or you will not even understand it, isn't it? So that's why it's good to know. So all these things are examples of noun. These two are noun, whereas this one is what? Adjective. And they are two syllables. And the rule says that whenever there are 2 syllable noun or adjective, that you should put the stress on the first word syllable. You should put the stress on the first word syllable. Is that clear?
Yes.
Give me another example of 2 syllable word, noun or adjective, so that we can place the syllable. Matter. Marker. 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 Isn't it? So where is this stress? Marker. Marker. Another person, give me another example.
Anger.
Anger. Anger is here now. Or adjective. What is anger? Anger is a noun. You understand?
Yes.
So where is the this thing? Anger. You understand?
Yes.
Give me another example. Market. Good. Market. Where is this thing? You see, ma? Once the syllables are 2 and it's either noun or pronoun, make sure that this thing is on the what? First syllable. It's on the what? First syllable. Now we pick another example. Can I clean up the board?
Yes.
So pick rule number 2. Rule number what? 2. Rule number what? 2. 2-syllable verb or preposition. 2-syllable verb or preposition. The first rule says 2-syllable noun or what? Adjective. This one is saying 2-syllable verb or what? Preposition. 2-syllable verbs or preposition. In most 2-syllable verbs or preposition, the second syllable takes the stress. The second syllable takes the what? Stress. You see that this is the opposite of the first rule, isn't it?
Yes.
This is for verbs and preposition. Example, relax. Somebody is telling you to relax. Relax, is it a verb or a noun or a pronoun? It's a verb, relax. Another example, receive. What? Receive. Another example. Please direct him on the right things to do. Direct. Another example. Can you see? Can you see that?
Yes.
Is that clear? Relax. Where is the stress? Lax on the second syllable, isn't it? The rule says that the second syllable take the stress. The rule says that what? The second syllable take the stress for verbs and what? Preposition. For verbs and what? Preposition. Every 2-syllable verb or preposition, the second syllable takes the word stress. Relax, receive, direct. Who can give me another example?
Enjoy.
Yeah? Enjoy. Is that clear? Yes. Enjoy. It's trying to tell you to end what?
Joy.
Give me another example. Increase. You're telling him to increase it. But there is another word, increase. Increase is a what? Increase is a what? Increase is a noun. But increase is a what? Verb. You are telling somebody to increase something. Increase it. I want you to increase the number. Increase. This is what? Verb. So this thing is on the what? Is on the second one. But when you say increase, this thing is an increase. You understand? Increase, an increase from what we had before. This is an increment or an increase. You understand? Increase. Just like we have advice and advice. Just like we have what?
Advice.
When you say Advice. You're giving somebody an advice. You understand?
Yeah.
Advice. Then you are telling advise her. And what? Advice. This one is a what? Huh? Now. That's why it has it on the first one. Just like with them. But this one, advise him. This one is a what? So it's on the second one. So you have to be careful where the word is placed. Is that clear? You have to be careful how the sentence is made so that you can pick out whether it's a noun or a what? Verb. One word can serve as a noun and as a what? Verb. But depending on how you use it, you understand?
Yeah.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Are we together?
Yes, sir.
Can I go forward?
Yes, sir.
Now, rule number 3. Three-syllable words, isn't it? Three-syllable words are stressed. Three-syllable words. Three-syllable words are stressed. Looking at the suffix. You know what suffix is? The syllable ending them, isn't it? The syllable ending them, suffix. According to the following rules. Three-syllable words are stressed looking at the suffix according to the following rules. According to the following rules. Number A, words ending with ER, OR, and LY. Words ending with ER, OR, or LY are stressed at the first syllable. Can you see that? Words ending with ER, OR, LY are stressed at the first syllable. Words ending with ER, OR, LY are stressed on the what? First syllable. On the what?
First syllable.
On the what?
First syllables.
Let's say director. Can you see that word?
Yes.
Director. Or orderly. Can you see that word? Manager. Can you see that word?
Yes.
This one is ending with what? OR, isn't it? Ending with LY, isn't it? Ending with ER. So all of them are stressed on the word first syllable. You understand? Every three-syllable word that ends with ER, OR, LY are stressed on the word first syllable. Is that clear? This is three-syllable word, isn't it? Because it's pronounced as director, orderly, manager. Is that clear? Is that clear? No, there are plenty other suffix. You understand? Yes. So there are other ones. You understand? Have you written it down? Please write it down. It's not only those ones that you stress on the first, you understand? Also, consonants that three syllables words that end with the consonant Y. You can also stress them in the first syllable. Exactly. that clear?
Yes.
Have you written it down?
Yes, sir.
So, as a continuation of this one that we've learned, you understand? Also, words ending with consonants. Consonants sound Y. Is that clear? 3 syllables word ending with consonant sound what? Y. Are stressed on the last word syllable. Are stressed on the first word syllable. First word syllable. Example: rarity. Rarity. Is that clear? Optimal. 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 Is that clear? Gradient. 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 Is that clear? Container. Container. You also stress it on the first word. Is that clear? Is that clear? Words ending with Y. These other words. See, this one is ending with ER. Just like we said before, is it not? ER. So it also ends with and such other words as this. Is that clear? Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at lexis and structure. We're going to be looking at what? Lexis and structure. But before we start lexis and structure proper, we're going to look at the elements that come together to form a sentence or a clause. We're going to first of all look at what? The elements that come together to form what? A sentence or a word clause. Now, number one element is what we call the subject, represented by the letter S. Number one element is the word subject, represented by the letter what? S. Example: when you say Tolu beats Musa, is a sentence, isn't it? That is making sense. The sentence is telling us that Tolu does what? Beats who? Musa. Now, Tolu is the subject. You understand? The person or thing that performs the action of beating or performs the action is the word subject. Is that clear? Tolu is the person performing the action, isn't it? So it is known as the word subject. What is the action that Tolu is performing? Beats. What is the action? Beats. That action that is performed is being performed by the subject is known as predicator. It's known as what? It's known as what? Predicator. Then who is receiving the action? Musa, isn't it? So that object or thing receiving the action is known as the complement. It's known as the what? Complement. Is that clear? So in every sentence, like a very simple sentence that I just made now is what? Tolu beats Musa. Tolu is the word subject. Beats, the action is the what? Is the what? Predicator. Then Musa, the person receiving the action, is the word? Complement. Is that clear? Is that clear? So that's why we say subject. A subject is the person who performs the word action. Is that not what I explained now? Subject is the person who performs the action. It may also be the person or thing or place being talked about. It's either the person performing the action or the person that is being what? Talked about, or the thing. Example: Messi killed the goat. What is the subject here? What is the predicator? What is the complement? The goat. Is it clear? The second example says the table is large. Is that clear? The subject may either be noun or what? Pronoun. You have explained what noun and pronoun is. Because Messi is the name of a person, so it's a noun. Now when you say Table is large. What is being talked about? The table. So that makes the table the what? Subject, isn't it? Now we'll come to the second one, predicator, represented by the letter what? P, predicator. And I told us that the predicator is the verb that gives the sentence or clause a meaning. You understand? Whenever you have a verb added to a clause or a sentence, it makes meaning. It makes what? It makes what? It's a verb that gives the meaning. Now there are different types of verbs, exactly, that you can use in a sentence. Number one is the lexical verb. He goes to school. Goes. You understand? Goes. That's the lexical verb. He dances very well. Is that clear? Speak. All those things are known as what? Lexical verb. Now you can talk about modal auxiliary plus a lexical verb. Will go. I will go. You understand? That will there, the will is a modal word auxiliary. Whereas the lexical verb is what? Go. Is that clear? That's why we have will go. Can dance. The can in front of the dance is what? Is what? A modal auxiliary. Whereas the lexical verb is the word dance. Speak. He shall speak. Is that clear? Now we can have what we call anomalous plus a lexical, like when you say has eaten. Is that clear? Eating there is the word lexical verb, whereas the anomalous there is the word has, have gone, had spoken. Then you can have primary auxiliary plus a word lexical verb. You understand? Primary auxiliary verb plus a lexical verb. Is going. Is a primary auxiliary verb. You understand? Lexical there is the word going. Are speaking. We are beating. They are speaking. Is that clear? They are speaking. What's the subject? They are speaking is the word, the predicator, which is a combination of what? Primary auxiliary and what? Lexical verb. Is that clear? Is that clear? So your verb can come in these forms: modal auxiliary plus the lexical verb, or lexical verb, or anomalous plus lexical verb, or primary auxiliary plus what? Lexical verb. Is that clear? The examples are all given in front of each. Now we have the one last style with which your verb or your predicator can come in. One last one. And that is what we call anomalous alone. You understand? The V. It can come as the word anomalous alone. An example is has, have, had. As in have, has, had. There are some sentences that you have only such as your verb. Now finally we look at the complements and the three major elements of what? A sentence. Complements. That's number 3. Complement represented by the letter what? Letter what? C. Complement. This is the receiver of the action from the word predicator. Is that clear? So this is the receiver of the action from the predicator. Example: she likes oranges. What is the predicator here? She likes oranges. What's the predicator?
Likes.
And what is the complement?
Orange.
Good. We all know the answer. Number B. We all know the answer. What's the complement? The answer, that's the complement. What is the predicator? No. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
They need some polish. They need some polish. What's the complement? Polish. What is the predicator? Need. What is the subject? They, isn't it?
Yes,
is that clear?
yes, sir.
Now there is one last part of the sentence known as the adjuncts. Known as the what? Adjuncts, which is number 4. The adjuncts, represented by the word what? Letter what? A. The adjunct. That's the last part of this. And this adjunct stands for adverbs, or adverbials. Who can tell me what an adverb is? Blossom. It stands for adverbs and adverbials. Who can tell me what adverbs are? Or what an adverb is? It is the part of speech that tells us more about a what? About a what? About a what? Verb. An adverb is the part of speech that tells us more about a what? Verb. Whereas an adjective is a part of speech that tells us more about a what? Noun or what? Pronoun. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
An adverb tells us more about a verb. I've already taught you an adverb, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
An adverb also tells us about time, place, reason, degree, concession, or frequency of an action, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So an adverb tells us more about a what? About a what? Verb, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
He runs fast. He runs what?
Fast.
So how does he run?
Fast.
Fast. Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So that verb there is what? That word fast is what? An adverb, isn't it?
Yes.
So what does it tell us? It tells us the what? Time, isn't it?
Yes.
Degree, isn't it? Reason, isn't it? It can tell us, an adverb or an adjunct can tell us time, degree, reason, place, concession, frequency, can tell us the place, concession, and what? Frequency of and what? Action. Of and what? Action. It tells us more about an action. So an adverb or an adjunct tells us more. Tells us the time an action is committed, the degree to which that action is committed, the reason why it is committed, the place. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
An example. When you say John speaks English quickly. John speaks English quickly. What is the adjunct in that sentence? Quickly. That's the adjunct. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
What if you say John speaks English every day? What's the adjunct? Every day. Tells you how often, the frequency, isn't it?
Yes.
What if you say John speaks English at 8 o'clock? What's the adjunct? 8 o'clock. Because 8 o'clock is the what? Time. Adjunct says of time, degree. Every day tells us the frequency, isn't it? What if you say John speaks English very well? What's the adjunct? Very well. Exactly. So those are the components of a statement. So when you say John speaks English very well, what is the subject? John. What is the predicator? Speaks. What is the complement? English. What is the adjunct? Very well. Is that clear? So any sentence you make now, you can as well divide it into subject, predicator, complement, and what? Adjunct. Is that clear? Thank you. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be learning lexis and structure proper. Today we are going to be learning what? Lexis and what? Structure. Lexis and structure. In English language, we have the individual words like teacher, obi, ada, beat. These are the individual words. The individual words. Now, when you combine these individual words are known as lexis. They are known as what? Lexis. The individual words. The words are lexis. You understand? Then the rule or the relationship between these words, how you combine them, is what we call what? Structure. Is what we call what? Structure. Is that clear? The individual words, the words themselves, like beat, him, her, teacher, lorry, car, like, love, all those individual words are known as what? Lexis. But the way you combine those words, so that you say obi beats ada every day, that combination is what we know as what? Structure. In English language, you always see problems. In JAMB English language, you also always see problems from what? Lexis and what? Structure. So when you have the words, the aspect of English language, the lexis, that's why we study things like synonym and what? Antonym. You bring out a word. You say, what is the opposite of this word? What is the word that is nearest in meaning to this word? You understand? Both the word and the ones that are opposite or nearest in meaning, the diction, are all classified under what? Lexis. Is that clear? Then when you talk about structure, which is the area of English language, you're talking about the combination. How these words, how this diction combine together. You understand? To make a sentence. Then you're talking about what? Structure. So under lexis, you can see subjects like synonym. Another one is what? Antonym. Synonym is what? Nearest in meaning, isn't it? Antonym is what? Opposite in meaning. Is that clear? You can also see other topics like what? Diction, semantics, diction. You can also see what? Semantics. Diction simply means collection of words. Collection of what? Words that are used for a particular group. Then we also talk about what? Homophones. Words that are sounding together. Homophones. We talk about what? Homo what? Phones. Words that what? Sound together. We also look at topics like what? Collocation. Collocation. Company of words. Collocation. We look at what? Collocation. This is also under lexics. Collocation. And finally we look at polysemy. Polysemy, words with more than one meaning. Polysemy, words with more than what? One meaning. So those are the topics that you look at when you are studying lexics. Then when you're talking about structure, then you're talking about the combination of these words. How you take a subject and combine it with the predicator and the word complement in order to make a sense. Is that clear? So you find out that when you get to JAMB question, you'll be seeing problems of nearest and meaning. Nearest and meaning is what? Nearest and meaning is another one topic in Lexis. Synonyms. Then when you see questions in opposite and meaning, what are you looking at? What? Antony. You understand? Then when they are discussing about law or about police, you know, there are some passages that you see discussion about the police, isn't it? There are some words that you use when you're discussing about police that you don't use when you're talking about normal discussion. You understand? When a policeman comes and takes you away, what do we call that? Arrest, isn't it? Is it not? If you say the policeman came into my office and took me away, have you used the right diction? What is the right diction? Arrested me. Isn't it? When you go to the hospital to get tested, you see, they tested me and found out that I'm having malaria. What's the right word for testing in the hospital? Diagnosis, isn't it? Yes. It was diagnosed of what? Malaria. Is it? Yes. So the right diction is the right collection of words that you use for a profession, isn't it? Yes. When you're talking about hospital or medical line, we have some words that are good for them, isn't it? You are talking about police, you have some words there. You're talking about law or law court, you talk about eyewitness, isn't it? Evidence, eyewitness, isn't it? File a suit, isn't it? Affidavit, isn't it? Those are the words that you use there. So that we are talking about what? Diction. We are talking about what? Diction. The right use of word for a particular place. Then semantics is talking about the meaning of words. Homophone is talking about words that sound together. Who can give me an example of two words that sound together but they have different meaning? Huh? Two words that sound together but have different meaning. Advice and advice, isn't it? Then you talk about polysemy. A word that has two different meanings. Who can give me one word that has two different meanings? A word that has more than one meaning. Yeah. So what are the two meanings? Yeah. So such are the words that have. So whenever you're talking about these topics, you're treating them under what? Lexis. You're treating them under what? Lexis. Now, when you're talking about structure, we talk about topics like Concord. Topics like what? Concord, which is what we are going to deal more on. Which is what we are going to do what? Deal more on today. Please, can you get down this sketch? Have you gotten it down? Yes, good. Yes, welcome. Today we're going to be learning about Concord. We're going to be learning about what? Concord. Leave whatever you're writing and pay attention. Concord means agreement between a subject and the verb, or between a verb and other elements of a clause. We've learned the elements of clause, isn't it? Yes. What are the elements of a sentence or a clause? Subject, what? Predicator, what? Complement, and what? Adjunct. The subject, predicator, complement, and what? Adjunct. These are the elements of a clause or sentence. You understand? How do you know the right predicator to pick for a subject, or the right complement or adjunct that follows a subject? How do you know the right subject that goes with a predicator? You understand? The ability to choose or combine them together is what we call what? Concord. Concord means agreement between the word subject and the verb. the subject and the verb must go together. You understand? You can say he goes to school. He does what? Goes to school. You cannot say he go to school. If you say he go to school, it's a wrong English, isn't it? That means there is no concord. There is no agreement. He goes to what? School. They go to school. They do what? Go. You cannot say they goes to school. Can you see that? Every singular subject goes with a singular verb or singular predicator. Is that clear? Whereas a plural goes with what? Plural. Example of singular verbs are is, was. It was me who did it. It was me. Is that clear? Singular, me alone. Was. You understand? But when there are plenty people, you say where. When there are plenty people, you use the word what? Where. Is that clear? So for us to better understand the meaning of Concord, we say they suggest he go away or he goes away. What is the right combination? Will you say that they suggest he go away, or will you say that they suggest he goes away? He goes, isn't it? Because goes is for singular, is it not? Go is plural. So goes is for he, one person, is it not? Now, many a girl likes him, or do you say many a girl like him? Like him, is it not? Likes him? No. If you say a girl, you can say a girl does what? Likes him. But when you say many a girl simply means girls. Is it not? Yes. Girls, and girls is plural, is it not? Yes. So which one will you like or likes? Like. The boy with the parents go or goes to farm. You understand? When you say the teachers, the principals, our parents, or Mr. Olu is to blame or are to blame, which one do you use? Is to blame. You look at the last word, Mr. Olu, one single person, you understand? So these are the things we are going to be learning on that word, Concord. To know the right verb, to know the right verb to put together with the subject. Is that clear? And in us understanding this, it's good that you understand what a singular verb or a plural verb is. Is that clear? Example of singular verb are what? Is, was, has, goes. Whenever you see goes, it has to be for one person. Is that clear? Yeah. Dances for one person, writes for one person. So whenever there is X behind, you know you're talking about one person. For verb, is that clear? You use it for one person. It's a singular verb. But plural verb, you have things like are, wear, have, dance. See, there is no S. It's not dancing. Dance. They dance. They dance every day. He dances every day. Do you understand? Right. No. Is that clear? Is that clear? Get that down. No, very well. Very important. Note what we call, note the difference between a singular verb and a what? Plural verb. The singular ones normally have X at the back, whereas the plural don't have. So in the next class we are going to be learning about the rules. Is that clear? The rules. After learning the rules, you should be able to know the right word for this one. These examples that I gave, you understand? The rules will identify it. Will tell you why it should be goes and not go, why it should be like and not likes. Is that clear? Yeah. So we look at the rules of Concord.